Good morning, everybody. Welcome. If we could please start with the first item on the agenda, which is the appointment of the chair. Do we have any proposals or nominations, please?
Thank you. I would like to propose Councillor.
It is. Thank you.
I would like to second that. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we just have a show of hands for all in favour? Thank you. Councillor Marlowe.
Morning. Back to what I told. Morning. Do we have any apologies for absence?
No apologies, Chair.
Thank you. So good morning and welcome. Please can I remind all of the parties that are going to be speaking to use your microphone, unlike me at the beginning. Have we got any fire exit location emergency? No, we haven't got any of that. Okay. So do we have any declarations of interest? No. And could I draw your attention to the summary of procedure for this hearing, which can be found at pages 5 to 7 of the agenda pack? Thank you. So, can I ask all parties to introduce themselves? I am Councillor Simon Marlowe of Bishop Stortford South, and I'm chairing this meeting, and this is...
I'm Maura Connolly, Councillor for Hertford Kingsmead.
I'm Carolyn Redfern, Councillor for Hertford Seal.
Morning, I'm Deborah Reach and I'm Legal Advisor to the committee.
Michelle Oates, Committee Support Officer.
Erica Cowter, Committee Support Officer.
Ali Darwood, Senior Licensing and Enforcement Officer.
Interested parties.
So, good morning, sir. I'm David Dadds. I'm counsel for the applicant, and I'll let the team introduce themselves if I may. Is that
Thank
okay?
you, Mr. Dadds.
Good morning, Claudia Langmead from Far and Beyond, producing the event.
Good morning all, Jeff Cox from Trex's Events Traffic Management.
Good morning, my name is Gareth Hance from Electric Star, Acoustic Consultant.
Morning, Steve Durham, Promoter.
Good morning, Jack Williams from Tewinbury.
Hi, Jack May, Head of Events at Far and Beyond.
Good morning, I'm Sue Wilson. I live in Digswell.
Hello, I'm Keith St Pierre. I'm Chewing Parish Council Chairman.
Chris Hayden, living in Chewing.
Jeff Tipper, also a Chewing resident.
Good morning, I'm Claire Ramirez, Police Licensing Sergeant for the police.
And Nathan Howson, Neighbourhood Policing Team Inspector for East Herts.
Morning, Oliver Rawlins, Assistant Director for Communities and Business Engagement.
Good morning, Stephanie Tarrant, Assistant Director for Democracy, Elections and Information Governance.
Thank you, everybody. We have before us an application for a new premises licence for Sound Live Limited, Tewinbury Farm, Hertford Road, Tewin, Hertfordshire, AL60JB. Please may I ask the Senior Licensing and Enforcement Officer to present his report.
Good morning. As stated, before members today is a new premises license application for an annual festival with a capacity of up to 19,999 at Tewinbury Farm, Hertford Road, Tewin, Hertfordshire, AL60JB. The application was submitted by Dad's LLP licensing solicitors on behalf of the applicant company Sound Live Limited. The premises is defined by a licensing policy as a festival, an organised event typically lasting more than one day, featuring all or a combination of licensable activities, including performances of live and recorded music, and can involve the audience staying on site. I'm going to summarise the agenda. Appendix A, starting on page 24 of the agenda, is a redacted copy of the premises license application form. The applicant state on their application form, we are applying for a permanent premises licence to undertake a 2-day music event to be held in either June or July each year annually. The licensable activities to include sale of alcohol, exhibition of a film, the performance of live music and the provision of playing of recorded music, the performance of dance and the making of music and all relevant licensable activities associated with a music event, things of a similar kind. And the premises plan you can see for details of the layout. Appendix B, starting on page 48 of the agenda, the redacted copy of the site plan. It is unclear what part of this document the applicant is proposing to have conditioned on any granted license, if at all. On page 51 of the agenda, still in the site plan, 1.0, details of stages. The applicant states that 3 of the stages are only proposed, therefore this is subject to change. Clarification is needed on the variables and the range of changes that could be made. On page 55 of the agenda, the applicant states the event management plan at point 1.15 is the final event management plan will be produced 28 days prior to the event. As such, the application has been made without an event management plan that can be properly considered. There is no detail regarding the actions to be taken if a responsible authority believes the final event management plan to be inadequate. When it is produced, there may not be enough time for responsible authorities to review it or make suggestions for amendments. The following first bullet point of the event management plan, 1.15, states that it will include an overall site plan with a list of plans showing various items. This calls into question the validity of the site plan submitted and attached to Appendix B. It is unclear if this is the site plan to be attached to any granted license or if this is just a proposal stating that the actual site plan will be submitted within the event management plan. The decision to grant cannot be made without a plan. This also raises questions about the accuracy of the submitted plans, and clarification should be sought from the applicant's representative. On page 60 of the agenda, the applicant states at point 3.3, the eviction. Any person arrested and charged by Hertfordshire Constabulary is liable for eviction. However, the process of charging an arrested person will not take place on the premises. This shows a lack of understanding. In these circumstances, would the licence holder allow access for a person arrested and released under investigation? On page 61 of the agenda, the applicant states communication with residents. We will hold a residents meeting ahead of the event to ensure they are aware of the plans for the event, who will be invited and notified, and how much notice they will get. When stating notify residents in close proximity, what or who does the applicant consider as in close proximity? Further concerns on proximity, see agenda page 108, representation 12 regarding the residents meeting during the consultation, page 111, representation 17, page 112, representation 19, page 113 and 114, representation 22 and 24. On page 62 of the agenda, the applicant states at point 4.2, a sound management plan will be produced to be submitted to Environmental Health for approval 6 weeks prior to the event. This suggests the application is being made without a noise management plan, calls into question the validity of the submitted draft sound management plan. On page 64 of the agenda, the applicant states site plan and design, indicative plan, and there will be changes made to this. This should have been done prior to the application. It's difficult to determine whether the licensing objectives will be undermined if a plan is indicative only. Stage locations, as stated, are subject to change due to sound modelling, but if the application is granted with the indicative plan, the licence holder could operate the indicative plan, regardless of any modelling that may or may not take place. In addition, the emergency exits are not finalised on this document. Appendix C on page 67 of the agenda is the map of the proposed premises licence area, showing the red line boundary as mentioned. Above, clarity is needed on what the map is showing and its accuracy, and references can be made to the regulations for requirements. There are requirements omitted or points that are not clear on the current map provided, which include but are not limited to the VIP stage being shown to be inside a current structure. Some of the VIP parking is in a fenced-off dog field, which is a separately owned business. Heights of stages are not shown. Clarity on which licensable activity is to take place and where. Symbols on the legend of the map are missing from the map.
Chair, I do apologise to interrupt the officer. Could I just be asked if you could just tell me what page number you're on the agenda, please?
67.
Thank
currently.
you. Page 67.
If a premises license is granted, the current plan would have to be attached as is standard.
Apologise. I do apologise, Chair. I'm trying to follow what the officer is reading out. 67 is the plan. What you're reading out now in your report. Could you tell me what page number it is within the report, please? What you're reading out now.
On the agenda,
Yes.
page 67.
No, 67. I've got it as
This is my introduction. This is not included in the agenda, as yours is not included in the agenda.
All right, so could I just have a copy of what you've got there,
I can
please?
provide it afterwards.
The reason I say it, Chair, it might be that your legal advisor might need to advise the committee. I've got a number of matters which have been raised that I'd like to address. And that's what I'm saying. If it was in the report, I could have addressed it before this morning. The officer is presenting the report, shouldn't be making any comment of representation because the licensing authority have not raised an objection during the public consultation. So I think there is a merging of comment regarding the application or any defects which I can address. But if those were to be made or criticisms made or concerns made, there should have been a representation in 28 days. That hasn't been done. If it's been done through the officer's report, that wouldn't be correct as a matter of law. So I was just wondering if we could just have a short adjournment while I get a copy of what the officer's reading out, then at least I can have a chat with my colleagues and make sure we can address all those concerns in a planned and fair way, if you don't mind, please.
If it's going to help speed it up, then.
Yeah, Mr. Dadds, if it's going to help speed this up.
Chair, I think I know what those issues are, but I just want to make sure everyone's prepared so it speeds it up, because some of the things that have been read out I couldn't follow and I've not seen before. So I'd rather have that now. Just take 10 minutes to look at that and just work out who's going to answer those, so you have the information you need.
Yeah, give it that.
It's just.
I mean, in essence, it's a representation, albeit through your report, and that's what I'm concerned about. So I need to address it as a matter of law.
Yeah, okay, we'll have a 10-minute German and we'll get those copied. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to propose an adjournment. Can I? Thank you. Right. Thanks, everybody. Sorry about that. We're going to restart the meeting now, and I'm going to hand over to our legal advisor.
Sorry. Chair, based on the representations that have been made by the applicant solicitor, I accept what has been said, and there's two options that I did propose. One is that we reconvene, adjourn today's hearing, and form a new committee member panel for a later date. The applicant is happy, and the proposal that they put is that we proceed with today. The information that has been presented by the licensing officer is retracted, is ignored by the committee. On that basis, the officer will just introduce the report again, retract everything that has been said, and we continue.
Thank you. Could I go to the licensing officer, please?
Is that, sorry.
I can confirm, Chair, that we're satisfied with that. We as an applicant are more than happy with all the relation, even with Ali, with everyone we've been speaking to, and we know that you will just put that from your mind and you will keep an open mind with this application. We're content to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dadds. Ali, if you can continue.
Yeah, thank you. To confirm, I'm happy to redact what's been said, and I'll start again. To introduce the agenda before members today is a new premises license application for an annual festival with a capacity of up to 90,999 at Chewinbury Farm, Hertford Road, Chewin, Hertfordshire, AL60JB. Application was submitted by Dad's LLP licensing solicitors on behalf of the applicant company Soundlive Limited. Premises is defined by our policy as a festival, an organised event typically lasting more than 1 day, featuring all or a combination of licensable activities, including performance of live and recorded music, and can involve the audience staying on site. To bullet point the agenda, Appendix A starts on page 24, Appendix B starts on page 48, Appendix C on page 67, Appendix D on page 68, Appendix E on page 105, which is the public and Chewinbury Parish Council reps, Appendix F, the Hertfordshire Police reps on page 122. Supplementary to that was provided by Dad's LLP, the Chewin Sound Festival 2006 draft traffic management proposal, which included 2 maps, one of road closures and one of bus and coach routes. Following that, on the 9th of December, Hertfordshire Police licensing team submitted proposed conditions, and yesterday on the 18th we received Dad's LLP response to that. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Committee, do you got any questions for the licensing officer? No. No, we've got no questions for the licensing officer. Has the applicant got any questions? Does the responsible authorities, e.g. the police here, have any questions for the licensing officer? Does anyone else have a question for the licensing officer? Sir.
Chewin Parish Council, what does it mean that he's actually, what is happening? He's read out a whole load of things for the committee to consider, and now they've disappeared. We don't understand.
Dimple, maybe you want to or answer that question.
Chair, if through you, it's given that I raised the point, maybe I can just explain what I raised and what I said the law was, and just maybe that will help everyone understand what I said, because it wasn't said to the parish council. If you would like me to do it very briefly in like 2 minutes.
I think we should actually answer the question here. Dimple, can you or Ali answer that one?
So on the basis of our agenda, it's for the licensing officer to present the report. What happened was that there was an overlay of presentation of the report and observations, which the officer is not entitled to make. So we've just had the presentation of the report, and we will now continue with the procedure for today, which is for which will then be for the applicant to present their case. You will then have an opportunity to ask questions, and then you'll be able to present your representations.
But where do the officers' observations go into the mix?
So they will not be taken into account. They've been retracted.
But they're presumably valid observations on the application.
I understand that they are going to be dealt with, and they will be responded to. There'll be information there. The committee members, the 3 members here, have read all the paperwork that has been submitted up to date, and they will consider. They're the ones that determine the application, not the officer.
No, that's
May I just ask, in their consideration, as that statement has been retracted, are they allowed to consider the comments even though they're retracted at this meeting? Or because, as Mr. Dabb said, the direct notice wasn't given, do they now go out of this meeting completely?
They're not able to consider the officers' observations that have been raised today. So they are going to be completely disregarded. However, they will make a determination based on the papers and what they hear today. So based on what the applicant says, what you say as part of your representations, and what the responsible authorities say. And they will then ask questions that they have, and a determination will be based on that, on the information that's before them.
I find it a little strange. I would personally have preferred the meeting to be adjourned and the correct notices given, because I think it's the job of the licensing officer to advise the councillors.
The licensing authority has not made representations. So the officer's job here today is just to present the report, which is what he can only do in his remit as the officer presenting the report today.
Change that. German doesn't allow anyone to make any further representation. They didn't make
Thank you for that clarification.
You can explain it to me then. Yes.
Further questions for the licensing officer? No. Okay. So in that case, can I ask the applicant to make their submission? Thank you.
Yes. Good morning, Chair and councillors. Thank you for allowing some time to consider those points. Can I ask that you've read the agenda, the conditions, and the speaking note and the papers that have been provided by the applicant? If that's the case, I'm not going to read them all to you because I don't think you would appreciate that. But I wondered whether I could just take 10 or 15 minutes just setting out some of the salient points so that everyone can hear it. And then if there's any questions of us, we're happy to answer it. We have the team here. We have someone from traffic management, noise, the event management, and I'm here to assist you. Yes. So the application seeks to have a 2-day music and entertainment event, and that the event is designed, or the application is no more than 19,999, including ticket holders, staff, contractors. For 2026, we anticipate at this moment in time capacity of around 12,500 for Saturday, 8,000 for Sunday. But nevertheless, we are limiting the capacity. Now, I want to make a note here, redoing the numbers, and on Saturday, we are going to limit it to 14,000, and Sunday, we're going to limit to 12,000 for the first year. And that's to give everyone comfort on that, subject to a sign off of the traffic management plan. Now, I know that you have a number of representations, and we'll go through those in some extent, and we'll hear from the residents. But a lot of the focus, I think, will be on the traffic management plan. And we have Jeff here, who is an expert in this area. He's only with us until 12, so we might need to get straight on to him immediately unless there's any questions. But I do have full instructions. But but as you know, that we have acknowledged the representation made by the police service, and that in essence they will have in effect the final say on the traffic management plan and sign off. And we will be working with the safety advisory group prior to the event. So what would normally happen, we make a proposal for traffic management. There are a safety advisory group, which is not a statutory body, but it's a body that all comes together to discuss the event and agree a plan. The traffic management plan will be agreed in one way or other with the police service, including the highways authority. There'll normally be a subgroup. And what we say is the police service have said, we think, they will speak to you themselves, but we think that at the moment on our number crunching, you can't have more than 8,000. We say actually our number crunching we can. And that's that discussion through the safety advisory group and working through the traffic management plan, the final plan. But ultimately, the police have the final sign off. So if the police say you can only get 8,000 or can only get 12,000, or we agree you can have 14,000, then unless they say so, the event doesn't proceed at the higher capacity. It only proceeds in the capacity that they agree is safe and achievable. And what we would normally do from a practical point of view is only release tickets for immediate sale up to probably 8,000, and not until we know where we are will we release further. So there is some way of managing that, and it's not unusual. It is actually the normal course that you would have a proposal, you set out the plan, you would get the license, and then you would invest, because the investments is tens and tens of thousands to put on just to start the process. And as you will know, an event like this will cost hundreds of thousands and possibly millions to put on. So the reality of it is the investment is done in certain stages. So getting the license then means that we move to the next stage of doing the safety advisory discussions. So for example, part of the safety advisory panel will include someone from licensing. So licensing will have an input in raising any concerns that they may have. Notwithstanding, as a matter of law, the licensing authority have raised no objections during the statutory consultation and raised no concerns at all. Environmental Health have not raised any concerns, nor has the planning authority. So the only responsible authority who has raised objections is the police, and it's not on crime and disorder. It's grounds of, in effect, public safety through the traffic management plan. And what we say is that we're offering a condition that says that unless the event shall not proceed unless and until a final traffic management plan with the highways agreed. Now, ordinarily, we would be 12 weeks prior to the event be putting in the public notices and the orders. But the final plan is normally agreed 4 weeks before as a final position. But 12 weeks, in effect, before the event, we would all know what notices we will be displaying for road closures or diversions and all the things that normally go around. And what we've said is that the traffic management plan shall include full details of the pedestrian safety measures, parking arrangements, closures, diversions, contingency plans, event capacity. Any amendments to the traffic management plan will be agreed to the SAG prior to the implementation. So in other words, the police service, as well as in effect the highways authority, will have the final say. And if they're not content, then the event doesn't proceed. My view is that the event will proceed, but it will just proceed on the capacity that's agreed. It may not proceed from a business point of view, because it could be that the police say it's only 8,000. Everyone agrees it can proceed on 8,000, but we might say, well, that's not financially viable at 8,000. So, but in any event, I would say you should grant and must grant a license if that was the only position outstanding, because it's subject to a condition that is in effect protects and promotes the licensing objectives. Can I just say that there is no expectation of any member of the public who is a festival goer staying on site. The only persons that will stay on site would be staff. So there's no members of the public staying overnight. The traffic management plan is a dynamic document. That's why it's never finalised at this stage. Obviously, there will be a comprehensive plan. The event's core is sustainability. There's no general public parking except from limited VIP and accessible spaces, all pre-booked. So in effect, when someone purchases a ticket, they will be very much encouraged to organise their coach or their train and their transport to and from the site. And I must say, I can say through a lived experience, I went and did the BBC Radio 2 at Chelmsford, and I think the capacity of that was 35,000. And I walked and got public transport. I mean, it's common people going to a festival to go that way because most people want to consume alcohol or not be troubled by parking. The site is exceptionally well served, we say, by public transport through nearby train stations, and you can hear about that if you need to. We will have that strategy and a full consultation discussion with the residents. There will be liaison with the residents, and there will be appropriately accredited marshals at key junctions to assist in the traffic management plan. The approach to minimise road traffic, a single coach, 55-seater coach, replaces in effect up to 22 cars. So we think this is a much more environmentally friendly way of promoting such an event, reducing congestion and the environmental impacts. We know that, and it may not be for us in this room, but you know, younger people and people a bit older than the younger ones want to go out and enjoy music festivals. We've all probably done it. We've all been to a music festival, and that it's important that people have that opportunity to go out, and that's why we have licensing. You'll be aware that the statutory guidance has changed very recently. If you're not aware, I'd like to just draw it to your attention. But the statutory guidance was updated, I think, on November, 26th of November this year. And there's a provision within it now that says that the local authority, when it makes a decision, obviously each decision application on its own merits, as we know. Sorry, you're at my left slightly, so I'll try to turn around a bit. When making licensing decisions, all licensing authorities should consider the need to promote growth and deliver economic benefits. So it's recognised that at the moment, the economic benefit of licensed premises, licensed activities and employment is important, and it's under section or guidance 1.18. So we say that this is going to create employment, work, jobs. Well, I'm sitting here, but obviously we're not about lawyers. But the point is, it does create economic benefit, not only to local traders or hotels and the farm and this site, but it obviously has an economic benefit for the country as a whole because of the taxation and income and the like. And that's the first time I've ever been able to say it because the guidance has only just changed. Of course, we have a really great team of experts who have done festivals up and down the country. I mentioned BBC Radio 2. Claudia was one of the team that managed help with that event management plan. Jeff again with the traffic. So we have got an excellent team of professionals that will be putting on this event, and I hope you will grant it event. And we say that it will be something which will be, I think, encouraged and welcomed because of the economic benefit, but also the benefit for community, people coming along and enjoying themselves, enjoying music, enjoying culture and the festival, which I think is very important, and doing so in a safe way. So promoting the licensing objectives. The Environmental Health Department of this council hasn't raised any objection. They've got a very detailed noise plan. The police don't object on crime disorder. There's no trading standards or any issues arising of protection children from harm. And that the public safety point is only raised insofar as the capacity or how many people can leave or ingress and egress from the premises, and that will be worked through with the safety management SAG group, and the final condition that says they have to sign off. In relation to the plan layout and confirming some of the details, that's normally the stages are fixed. The general layout is fixed. If, for example, there is a change of a height of a stage, we would agree that with the authority if there was such, but don't believe that that will be necessary. In relation to where the vendors are, sometimes that changes, but we would put in a minor variation if we had to, but I don't think it's necessary. For example, if once we know the ratio of men to female, it could be that we put in more female toilets so that we may add toilets. So that's why we say the plan is not really, you have got a plan, it is fixed, but if we have to make some changes agreed with the responsible authorities through the safety advisory group, we would normally do that by an agreement or through a minor variation. So the reality of it is that you do have a very clear plan before you, and any concerns from the licensing authority can and would be addressed through the safety advisory group or minor variation. I don't see that as having any concerns or issues whatsoever. And any changes that are fundamental to this application have to come through a process of minor variation or agreement with the responsible authorities. There is only one responsible authority, which I say is the police service. I know we have the parish council as a interested party, but they're not a responsible authority as I understand it. But from that point of view, we've already reached out to Keith. I hope you don't mind me using your first name, but and we will continue to have dialogue. It is very, very important to us to make sure we do engage. I think we've got 4 or 5 households here from your community, and we will engage with these residents are here, but also those that have turned up at the. We've had one meeting at the moment, and we'll continue to have those meetings and dialogue, and have a very clear and open communication with residents. If I can just, so we will, residents will be told in advance of any road closures and diversions. Obviously, we'll consult with them. We'll have passes, which are distributed in advance or on request. And even on the day, there will be a communication which says, well, if there's an unexpected guest or person, if they want the village to be managed with regards to controls in and out, making sure no festival goers are coming in and parking, then that is a way of easily controlling and managing the space. We are happy to review capacity and operational arrangements with SAG, as well as the final traffic management plan review. Our approach and responses to feedback from all stakeholders will be, as you would expect, professional and open for that discussion. I'm not going to go back through the comments about environmental health. I've already done that. The general principles of my speaking note is that the starting point under the Licensing Act and statutory guidance is that the application should be granted unless there's evidence to the contrary. Each application on its own merits, as you all know, and guidance further states that you need to look at growth and economic benefits. Police are the primary authority on crime disorder. They don't raise any objections on that. The licensing authority have not raised any objections on the granting, notwithstanding I've heard the comments, and I think I've just addressed some of those through my discussions. Any questions you've got, I can answer those. Any representations or any representations made by the public will be scrutinised, and we will focus on trying to address any concerns, but in an apportionate and appropriate way. In regards to the conditions, I've set out a full list of conditions. You'll see, Chair and councillors, that they do pretty much adopt everything that the police have said and added a few more. So it's a very, very robust set of conditions. And if you want me to take you through them, just ask me and I'll take you through them if you need me to. If not, I'll take it as they're read. And if you've got any questions, I'll deal with it then. They obviously deal with the attendance, the event duration, notification to the authorities, comprehensive traffic and management, event plans, sound plans, security, safeguarding and more. The conditions reflect the best practice and statutory guidance, the requirements of the responsible authority, ensuring robust control, public safety, prevention of crime disorder, public nuisance, prevention of public nuisance and protection children from harm. In summary, the application is fully aligned with the statutory guidance and licensing objectives. The event design is strong public transport linked with a sound management plan, comprehensive community engagement, and a proactive approach in what we want to do. It's respectfully submitted that the application should and can be granted to promote the licensing objectives in an appropriate and proportionate way. Unless there are any other points, Chair, what I was going to do is that if you have any questions around the traffic management points, I have the consultant here until 12, and it might be that I pause now. If there's any questions you have on traffic management, that I will deal with that first, if you have any from me, because that seems to be somewhat the main focus, I think, of what some of the residents have said. We've got traffic, access and parking is the predominant, I think, issue that's been raised about narrow roads, congestion, emergency access, wanting more detailed traffic management plan, and that the residents are concerned about numerous roads and want to understand about how the buses will work, the road closures and the transport plan. So that's my sort of summary of the application. I'll just check if there's anything else. The Claudia has very helpfully just given me a number for you, Chair and councillors, that we will consult with residents, all residents and business within 1 mile of the site, which is roughly 3,600 people. So everyone will be consulted. As you know, the public notices have been displayed around the premises. We displayed them every 25 metres. The statutory requirement is every 50. And we also put the notice in the public newspaper. Unless I can assist you further, that is the sort of the proposal that I wish to take if possible, but I'll be guided by you, Chair.
It's disappointing that your traffic man can't stay later than midday.
I did say in advance before today.
What we'll do, because it's a bit complex, but I think we're going to have to do that if that is the case. And I know people will have questions about transport. We will do the questions re transport first, but we're then going to have to come back and deal with the other questions. Okay.
I can say, Chair, I understand the difficulty, but because he has other professional commitments, we did say that he could access remotely, but because there were no remote access in person, he can only stay for 2 hours. So that was the only thing. Sorry about that.
Well, let's
do that way then.
Get on with it then. In that case, so I've got one question regarding traffic at this point. I'm a little bit confused about how you're going to enforce people not driving in who are not able to get into the VIP car park. It seems to me that your solution is that they're going to be guided towards coaches and rail. I'm a bit uncertain, in fact, I'm very uncertain as to how that's going to be managed if then we get a whole bunch of people turning up by car, because car tends to be cheaper and easier access.
Yes, before he comes back on addressing that, but as I said in my introduction, it's really about preventing people coming insofar as making sure on the public notices when purchasing the ticket, you drive people, excuse the pun, to purchase their bus ticket or go and purchase their rail ticket. So it's a lot of work is done in advance. So I said to you, I went to the BBC2 in Chelmsford. I knew that I'd need a bus ticket or I'd use public transport. So people, it's a lot of advanced notification is how it is done, because you know in advance there is no parking and that is communicated. Jeff, do you want to? So in relation to the BBC Radio 2 event, which was only just in the summer, in relation to car parking, it was no more than 10%. So the reality is all the rest, over 30,000, all come by public transport, and it was very well managed and very well proceeded. Jeff, do you want to answer that anymore?
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Yeah, just to reiterate what David said, we're quite experienced. We've done quite a few events, including some in Hertfordshire and around the London area, where there's been no public parking on site at all. And it is all down to making sure that when we promote the event and when the tickets go on sale, that all of the available transport options are made very clear to people when they buy their tickets, and the option just to turn up and park will not be one of those options. They won't be able to buy a ticket unless they choose one of the other options.
So sorry.
How do you stop someone just turning up?
Yeah, well, the proposed road closures that we're putting in will stop anybody turning up at the event. We're probably looking at an area of mile and a half, well, down as far as Welling City, Welling Garden City, that will be restricted access for residents with passes, and with our buses, our shuttle buses running from the 2 stations that we're planning on using and the park and ride.
So, sorry, I just want to clarify something. Did you say they won't be able to buy a ticket until they've bought a rail or coach pass?
It will all be included in the same package that they purchase.
Right, okay.
And there'll be various transport options available for them to choose, as in a rail and ride. We're also doing a rail and walk, or a park and ride. Okay. Or there will be limited parking for VIP parking, up to 800 vehicles on site, along with accessible parking for people that apply in advance with proof of accessible needs.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It's not anywhere in the notes about selling the rail tickets and the coach tickets alongside the tickets for the event. I didn't see that. I may have made a mistake. But if the tickets for the transport are going to be bought at the same time as the event tickets, that sounds like a bit of a change to me. Am I right?
Yes. Can I just say, I think the person that would typically go to the, I mean, you may go to festivals, I don't know, but generally, if you go to a festival today, people are more sustainable with their transport. So, for example, I always pretty much use public transport these days rather than the car compared to 10 years ago. But the point is that we make sure that when people purchase a ticket, that is when that they are making their arrangements for how they're going to get there, because obviously they're buying a ticket which is quite expensive, and then it gives them the transport options. And I do apologize if it's not clear, but that is in effect the accepted practice and norm. You do not go to a festival and park ordinarily, and only for VIP, which is generally more expensive. I personally, as I've said, my submission is that many festivals I would always use public transport, but that's me. But most people's expectation is public transport and to buy and confirm it in advance so that you have it all as a package.
Chair, could I just make one point on that, please? Okay.
No, I'm not really sure what you're saying. You're saying that's the convention, that's what happens normally, but it seemed to be implied that the transport ticket would be sold with the ticket to the. Is that true or is that wrong?
That's correct. Yes. So
They won't just be saying. You won't just be saying when you tell them the ticket, you really should come by to public transport.
no, you will have part of the ticket will include, you can buy the ticket with the coach, you can buy the ticket with the train, you can buy the ticket with a VIP. All the options will be there so that you purchase a package. Is there anything
That's an option.
One
though.
moment, sorry. Yeah, so in relation to any ticket at that purchasing stage, you'll be asked about your transport, and at that point you'll be either buying the coach ticket or the transport ticket insofar as the coach. You'll be told about walk routes, and you'll be directed to the network rail or the rail company for purchasing your rail ticket, so that it will all be part of that process to ensuring when you purchase a ticket, you are buying in effect in advance. It's no different if you are going to purchase something. You'll need, that is ancillary. You're going to have to go and get your transport to get there, because it's quite clear that there is no parking. No one goes to a festival without having a ticket in advance for parking, in my opinion, because there is no way with the closures and the direction of you getting anywhere near it to park. And in any event, with the regulations and the controls that manage it, people want to get to the festival, they want to get as close as they can, and they will use either the bus, public transport, or walk, and that's how you get there. Sorry. Yes. Yes, and we had what Claude is just telling me in relation to the Radio 2 event, which is very recent. I know I've mentioned it several times, but it's worth it because I think it is comparable. That they had 10 locations of coaches coming from different regions, so that the network of purchasing a ticket from Stevenage or Essex or wherever it may be you're coming from, even Birmingham, you will purchase a ticket from that region so that it gets you to the event. And it's sustainable. It's really encouraged, and a lot of people do it.
That's good to hear. I'm just worried about people coming with camper vans and parking in Welwyn Garden City in places like that and then walking. Okay, thank you.
Could we just ask, is that a condition that's being offered up?
Well, what I can do is I can draft up a condition over lunch that deals with how we are selling and how we're offering that. So I can draft something up for that, yes.
Can I just stick with these ticketing? At the moment, I don't believe there's any trains that can take me home. So how can I buy a ticket if it's not actually laid on? I understood that your buses and trains would be booked as you sell the tickets. That's how you'll know how many buses and trains you'll need. Therefore, I can't buy a ticket for a train which doesn't exist until you've laid it on.
No, the train network, you will purchase a ticket within the timetabling of that network. We do have conversations with different providers and have previously and told them about the event or events, whether some do, some don't, will put on extra services. But if you were going back into London, for example, you would purchase your ticket within the normal timetabling. So you would have the coach to get you to the train station, and then you get your train from the train station normal way.
And what are the trains from the two stations that you've talked about?
Well, let me
What are the
just.
train times? I understood there's no trains at the time your festival finishes, which
Oh.
is when most people would leave the event.
There are trains running. They don't stop at 11 o'clock, at 12 o'clock. They go. We'll find when the last train is, but there are
Can
trains.
we have the
yes.
details of the train times, please? I would
Yes,
expect
please.
them to be in the traffic management plan.
Yes.
They're not published until February.
Yes, they're not.
They're not. Sorry, the published times for the trains. As part of the consultation, there will be meetings with all the train operators. At the moment, you can't get what the times are. If you look in the latest now, it'll just say it's not available.
Okay, we could have an example evidence of what are the times this weekend, what are the normal times midsummer. That's easily available information.
Yes, well, we'll get that for you, Councillor. I'm confident that there are trains running when we are providing the service.
Okay, I think just to be absolutely clarify, I can buy a ticket and I'm not buying a bus ticket from you. I'm buying a ticket and I'm indicating how I'm going to travel to the event. And then when I've got my ticket in my hand, I then separately go and book a bus ticket or a train ticket. So you're not controlling actually how I get to the event.
Well, you as a consumer, member of the public, can choose a number of options. So, but we have a private operator that will provide the shuttle bus. We have private operators that provide to the park and ride. We have our operators that will deal with the regional or the bus service. And all these are available for you to choose as a member of the public. If you say, well, actually, I don't want to use any of those, I want to rely on the current network in a different way, that's a matter for you. However, the much more affordable, organized, managed, and easy accessible for you to use is to buy one that's laid on. Why would you, if you were going to an event, say, that's organized by the council, and they say, well, we've got an event, it's 5 miles down the road, or a wedding, we're moving you from the reception or from the church to the reception, why would you go and not take the transport that's provided and go and walk or go and take your own transport? Ultimately, it is much more easier and accessible for you. I know that you are being devil's advocate in the sense of what happens, what if, but the reality of the situation is that we provide the mode of transport and people buy and adopt that method. And it's not just theoretical. We've done it over and over again and it works. And Chelmsford, for example, had 35,000 people attending and 32,000 came by public transport.
Can I ask where the park and ride location is, please?
Yeah, at the moment we're looking at a couple of options. We haven't yet entered into any conversations or dealings with any landowners in particular. Potentially looking at the Hatfield University Park and Ride site, potentially renting some or all of that area. The other option that we're currently looking at, which we've used in the past for other events, is a park in Stevenage. I can't remember the name of the park. Give me 2 minutes, I'll tell you. It has been used. That's the one, Fairlands Valley. Thank you very much for that. That has been used in the past as a successful park and ride for events around the area. So those are the two areas at the moment that we're considering. There's no final decision been made on that yet.
And as I say, those will all crystallise within the plan. Once the licence is granted, they will crystallise it in through the SAG and the traffic management plan, and will in effect affect the full plan on how that will work. And remember, there is the condition that says if the police are not happy with that plan on public safety, then the event doesn't proceed. We are satisfied, tried and tested, that we can develop a plan that people can ingress and egress from the site. And we've just had a quick look from Welwyn Garden City, the latest train is at 28 minutes past midnight and to Liverpool Street. And on a Sunday, the last train is 8 minutes to midnight of the same. So there are, if you wanted this evening to travel, trains for you to travel back into London.
Thank you. You described a pick-up drop-off location for drop-offs. What's the capacity of that, please, per hour?
At the moment, we haven't finalised where the pickup and drop off will be. We're looking at potentially two options. One option we're looking at is potentially some land at the golf club opposite the site. The other place that we're looking at the moment is the Tarmac have a big car park at the Pensanger development that we potentially can use. Capacities at this stage, I'm not sure of.
How far is it to walk from the Pensanger?
If we use the Pensanger one, we would put a shuttle bus service on from there, because I think it's too far to walk from Pensanger. If we use the golf club one, we could put a walking route in. If we use the Pensanger one, we'd put a shuttle bus through.
Okay.
Yes, and we believe that the discussions with the golf course are progressing positively, so we think that that's the likely option. But as I say, we will keep all options open. We'll continue to review, and through consultations with the stakeholders, if we find any other suitable or additional, we can. And obviously, as we say, we've got the experience of turning over, in effect, 32,000 people at the recent event without any cause of concern. You were within the drop-off in the area last time, weren't you?
Yes, absolutely.
If you want to just comment on that.
Yes, the regional buses and where the shuttle bus operation operated from at Chelmsford, I was absolutely there. We will notify all taxi operators within the council of our plans, so they know exactly where they've got to drop people. And all of that will be updated as we form the subgroup for traffic and transport. We would have the police would very much be involved with that. We would have local highways. We would have train operators all invited to that, and have subgroup meetings every month, then reporting back into the SAG group as how that is progressing. Sorry, and then in terms of Uber, yes, to make sure that they don't drop people in a place they shouldn't, then we geofence, and I very successfully geofenced it for Radio 2. I know we're referring heavily to Radio 2, but across the last 20 years, I've been working through events. This summer, I also worked in Bath, where again, we had a huge amount of problems, potentially, but averted it by communication with residents, shutting roads, making sure we had car passes operating, and had a very successful event there. But as I say, we go around the country doing this with Far and Beyond, looking after Download Festival, and making sure that residents and locals are not affected in terms of traffic and transport.
Can you tell me why you didn't consult the SAG group prior to this hearing?
Well, sorry, you would that would normally and would happen after an application is granted.
I beg to differ. I've been on this committee many times. This is the first time I've been at a hearing where SAG has not been held prior to the hearing.
Yes, well, it's not. I would put it this way: it's not normal. You don't. It's not. This is not.
For this authority.
Yes. Well, you're saying it's exceptional to this authority, and I accept what you're saying, but it in the country, it's not exceptional.
We're only dealing with this authority right now.
That's fine. And if that's the case, it may be that in the licensing policy statement that is published, that it says that any music festivals must have safety advisory group beforehand, because obviously that would be the statutory process of the expectation of the licensing authority. However, here, under this application, in accordance with law, can set out how we have set it out and condition it by way of condition. So your concern, if the concern is, well, I want the safety advisory group to have their input, they do, because they will in effect have the last word. And we're quite happy if it's not signed off by SAG, we will not be proceeding with the event. So we're giving that assurance. These events cost a lot of time, effort and resources for everyone. So we want to get the license and then proceed on that basis with the conditions that if SAG or the police are not satisfied, then they have a veto. But my view of it is that, so I make it quite clear. My view of it is that the environmental health are not objected, licensing of property are not objected. We have police only on, in effect, highways or public safety about capacity. They're of the view that it's probably suitable for 8. We think it's higher, and that will just be dealt with by way of condition. So the event can go ahead. It's just then confirming the numbers that the police are satisfied as the responsible authority with SAG, and that's conditioned. So there's a fail safe.
Can I just ask, Mr. Dadds, how many actual meetings have you had with highways about this event?
No, we've not had any discussions with highways yet, and we would anticipate that to be done through, once the application is granted, to have those discussions with the appropriate authority, i.e. highways. Highways is not a consultee on this application. They're not a responsible authority. However, through the police, they have raised those objections, and that's why we've added in the condition that unless the highway authority and the police authority are content, it won't proceed. So it's about, the presumption is to grant only if there's an objection, and those objections, if it's, for example, the police with highways, the number, they don't object to the event happening, and they don't object to the event happening at 8,000. But what they're objecting to is having the higher capacity. We say, well, that's dealt with by way of condition. It is a forward-looking and a presumption to grant. It isn't to do all that in advance of the application. No one says you have to do that. It may be your experience, and you say you've been here for a very long time doing that. But the experience is that you can do it as you deem fit. The decision today is based on the licensing objectives. We say that we can promote the licensing objectives. It has to be evidence-based. Any decision you make has to be given and supported by evidence. If we say it can be dealt with by way of a condition that gives the ultimate say to, in effect, the police and the highway authority, if they're not content, on the numbers, then that is sufficient evidence to say we promote the licensing objective of public safety, and on that basis, the license should be granted as a matter of law. That's the process.
Thank you. I think we need to move on, given time is racing away from us. Do we have any questions from the responsible authorities?
Yes, just firstly, percentage-wise that you would expect of each kind of transport method, have you sort of considered that around a rough percentage as to what you see at other festivals that you've run? Around, is it sort of 50% of car? Like what would you expect transport-wise to be?
Yeah, I think in recent years, certainly, it's been very evident that more and more people are using sustainable ways of getting to festivals. If I may reference a festival I worked a few years ago with Mr. Durham, which is a 25,000 capacity. In year one, when we did that, we probably had 2,000 vehicles parking on site. The rest of people came by public transport. By year three, we were down to 800 people coming by car. Everybody else came by bus services. On that operation, we shifted 22,000 people using 80 buses in a transport hub of just over 7 acres. At Tewinbury, the transport hub we're proposing is 15 acres, which is double the size of that. And we're looking at moving less than half the people on that. So we believe that the shuttle bus, the park and ride service, and the rail and ride service that we're putting in will more than allow for the amount of people that we expect to be using that.
Sorry, so it was 80 buses you mentioned, sorry, at the previous event. So...
At the previous event, yes, we had 80 buses on it, and that was the event was just outside Upminster, probably about the same distance from the event site into Upminster Town Centre as Tewinbury is into Welwyn Garden City, so we'd expect the same sort of turnaround of 3 journeys out of each bus in the allotted hour and a half time for egress.
And how many people would that on each bus would that be?
It would be 80 people on each bus on the rail and ride.
Can I just clarify, you're saying 80 per coach. Is it not normally more 55 to 60?
No, so there'll be two different operations. So the regional service will be coming by coach, which will be 55-seater coaches. That'll be coming from outlying towns, cities, and that will be dependent on demand for people that want to come for the festival. We may go as far as a coach coming from Birmingham or from Bristol or wherever. The shuttle services that will be running from the rail stations and the park and ride will be double-decker buses.
So they're 80
Yes.
capacity.
Yeah.
And how many buses do you propose that you will have physically, as in not how many journeys, but how many buses?
I think at the preliminary stage of the plan, I think we're probably looking at somewhere between 40 and 50 buses in total, given that some of those buses will be able to do more than one journey because it's only a 15-minute ride into Welling Station.
And is the reason that you're suggesting the Panshanger location as the drop-off because you feel that the field that you've originally marked is not suitable for buses?
Yes, the field that was originally marked for a pick-up and drop-off is the field that we're planning on using for the transport hub. My preference not to use that for taxis to pick up and drop off is in relation to us wanting to close the B1000 and Waterside to any through traffic, which gives us a clear run for buses coming in and out. So I would prefer not to have to deal with a load of taxis and private vehicles dropping people off coming to the vicinity of the event, which is why I want to keep the transport hub, if we can, purely to buses and coaches and have a separate area for taxis to drop off, and then either get a shuttle bus in or if we can use the golf club to do a walking route from there.
Was there a reason why the Panshanger part wasn't mentioned in the TMP? Because I don't remember seeing that.
But at the time I wrote the proposal, we didn't know about the Panshanger Park. I didn't know. I've actually just been notified of that earlier this week. It's something that we're going to be looking at. Okay. Which is why I think in the traffic management proposal, we did put that several options are being considered at this stage. We haven't yet finalised where we will have it.
Yeah, and obviously in relation to the capacity, if we need more coaches or buses, we obviously will provide them. And through the SAG, we will work with you and with the county to ensure that we have the sufficient number so that we can disperse in a timely fashion.
I would suggest though there's probably a limit on the amount of double-decker buses that actually can be used on a particular weekend in a particular location. There isn't an infinite number in the country that can just be drawn upon that simply.
Yeah, so we'll be using the service of a company called Big Green Coach, who do very similar events throughout the country, including the Radio 2 one that we did. They work very closely with First Bus and with National Express and with all of the national bus providers. So we go back to the event that we did in Essex, and we got our hands on over 100 buses for 3 days. So the buses are there, especially at the weekend, because there's lots of buses that are used on school services that aren't in use over the weekend.
They would also bring in Big Green. I work across them across many shows. They would also bring from outside area. So if they haven't got the local services and they can use their buses, they'll bring from further afield. I was on a site visit on Monday looking at a show in Herefordshire, and they won't be using now because it's not the buses, as you say. They'll be bringing from further afield. But this is what their job is. They do it all weekend. And part of the updates that we would be giving you as a safety advisory group was how ticket sales are going, how the bus sales are going, and an update on that each month. And then in terms of how it worked with Chelmsford, which again, we were both working on, we'll go down to a weekly update that you'll be knowing exactly what everything is going on. So you know how many are coming in. We've suddenly had more people than we expected from Birmingham, and we've now got 3 buses coming from Birmingham. But all that sort of detail is being fed in. But until we're in the actual planning stage and tickets are on sale, we don't actually know where everyone's coming from. But we'll know again how their postcodes are working, how many people are local to this region, how many people are coming from further afield.
So just to clarify, and I get that there's no substantive concrete answer necessarily to this at this stage, which is some of our difficulty. So kind of working on that, about 50 coaches, so 80 people per coach. So we're looking at that covering about 4,000 people mark for buses.
Obviously, depending on how many turnaround times they can do, which isn't going to be many, bearing in mind how far stations are.
That's shuttle buses, and then on top of that, you've then got regional buses.
I don't think you've mentioned that in your
I think that's
traffic management. It is.
So those are the ones that are coming from the set towns. So whether it's Birmingham, London, somewhere in Essex, wherever it might be, Chelmsford, and you'll buy from there, from a pickup point, and there might be a couple of stops on the way, and they're pre-agreed buses. The number of people, you bought that ticket, it departs at a certain time. After the event, you have to be back in the transport hub on that bus, and that then pulls away.
How many?
Yeah, we believe, and you can drive from the site in your car to Welwyn Garden City train station in probably 10 minutes. We've allowed 20 minutes for a bus to do that, including a load time. So if we're looking at a 40-minute round journey, within sort of an accepted 1.5 hour period, which is generally accepted towards the end of a festival, the amount of time it will take to get everyone out, given that there will be a staggered exit anyway, so not everyone will be staying till the end. So for the Welwyn Garden City shuttle service, which is the one we're going to be promoting the most, we believe each bus will do 3 journeys, which is 12,000 people. So if everybody come into the festival.
I'd just like to interfere here. Have you got any more questions? Because I'd really like these people to be given a chance to ask the gentleman questions.
I think yeah, we'll move on and let them.
Okay, so have you all got questions around transport? This is what we're dealing with at the moment. So we're going to work our way down. Gentleman at the front end there.
No walk-ins event. You saw everybody arriving by public transport, and the taxis.
That is a proposal. We accept that some people will walk, because some people will always walk. And indeed, if we have the park and ride at, if we have the pick up and drop off at the golf club, then there will be a walking route from there into the site, but it will be a managed walking route.
You also talk about using Welwyn North Station, and then people walking from there.
Yes, that's correct. That would be an official rail and walk.
You've got the wrong timetable, because trains from Welwyn North do not run to Liverpool Street.
No, I went from Welwyn Garden City.
Welwyn Garden City doesn't go to Liverpool Street. Hartford North is your nearest one, so you better rethink the plan, I think.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I think the traffic hub, you're talking about running coaches in, and presumably turning around in that hub. Taxis will be arriving in that hub as well, presumably. It'll be off the road, or it'll be on the road.
No, taxis will be using the pick up and drop off facility. Taxis
will be on the B1000 road itself.
No, they'll be using the pick up and drop off facility that will either be at Tarmac, Pansanga, or at the golf club. Not on the B1000.
Not on the
B1000 will be closed to all traffic, other than residents with passes.
800 VIPs who could be driving up Churchfield Road.
Yes, sir. 800 cars. Yeah.
Okay. What about you're giving passes to the local residents, but what about carers and people arriving in the village who won't have passes?
Yes, sir. As we've already stated, we will do a delivery to every single house probably 4 weeks before, and on that there will be a phone number that you can contact and an email address that you can contact to request.
Is the same?
Carers, deliveries, anything like that. Yes, we've done this at many events, assure you, and we've never ever had any issues with deliveries, carers, people coming to visit, getting through to the properties.
Chelmsford venue you're talking about, presumably was Highland Park.
It was, yes.
Yeah, I mean that's great because you've got the A12 running right past it. Yeah, and I've actually queued for hours in Chelmsford at one of those events, getting past the event on the country roads. So it's not all fun.
Could we keep this to questions, please?
Just coming back in terms of the carers and anyone that was an unexpected delivery, everyone that is on those road closure points would be in radio contact, and on site we will have an event control. So if there were any issues in terms of is someone meant to be going through, it's just a case of asking where are you going to. The person would then know that what the properties are down there. So it's not going to be a festival trying to blag their way through. It's very clear, and everyone is in comms, so we know if there are any problems, and we would obviously not be stopping carers or anything else being able to get to properties.
Thank you very much.
Who's next in the row asking questions on? And could we not repeat questions as well, please?
Chair, thank you. Just to make the point then that the lanes in Chewing are very narrow. Now, I don't know how well your knowledge is, but most of them have got passing places where they are single track. There is only one significant footway in Chewing, and that's in School Lane and Upper Green Road. On the plan I've seen, the transport management plan, there are road closures for 2 roads fully. There's 1 restricted access at Burnham Green. I don't know if the committee are aware, but there are 6 other roads that can lead you into the centre of Chewing. Now, on the plan at the moment, you could come down Chewing Hill and Queen Hoo. You cannot turn round at the end of that. And there's nothing to stop festival goers driving down there at the moment. Equally, Hertford Road, and I'm referring now not to Hertford Road B1000, but the Hertford Road that goes out past the shop. There are 3 possible points where you can access that road from outside the village. 2 off the B1000, a major transport road. And so therefore, again, you will be able to come down that road, access the village. We're told you can't park anywhere, so they will dump the cars in the middle of the village. Even if you are correct, if Mr. Dadds is correct, that the majority of festival goers come by public transport, you still could have potentially...
It needs to be a question, sir.
What are you going to do with 500 cars in the village that will get there?
Thank you.
That's the specific question. Because if you park 100 there, that's chaos.
Yeah, we're more than happy, as we've stated in the conditions, we're more than happy to apply for some no waiting restrictions on the roads within the village. If somebody then parked on that, it would be down to the enforcement authorities to issue a ticket for those vehicles. However, if we do that, it means that none of the residents can park on the street as well.
But I think we can you just discuss the different road closures, and if there's any particular concern or a road or street, how we can deal with that?
Yep, sure. So I think the document the gentleman's referring to was the initial dot plan, the proposal that I put together with our proposed road closure stroke traffic management points. Since then, obviously, we had a discussion outside prior to this meeting, and the gentleman has kindly identified a couple of other areas that we may need to put some additional closures or traffic management measures on to deter anybody that still feels they can drive to the event, given all of the information we're giving out saying they can't. If people still feel they can, and we need to put some additional closure points in place to manage that, then we're more than happy to do so. And that's something that we would expect to discuss at the forthcoming residents' meetings that we'll be having on a monthly or bi-monthly
Just
basis.
outside, the resident did raise a number of points, and we said we would take that on board. We would look at that, and that's part of the plan. So obviously, if they have particular concerns, we can bring that within the traffic management plan about closures or waiting or restrictions. So it is a conversation. So if there's any particular concern from these 4 or 5 residents' dwellings, we can deal with that and deal with anything in their street or whatever it may be. So and we are very experienced at working with neighbours to assure them that they won't be disrupted in relation to their daily lives at that weekend.
Thank you. Next.
Jeff has mentioned people parking in the village. A more convenient place to park, possibly, is Hearns Lane. Hearns Lane has lots of very wide verges, lots of ground where people can rock up and park and put their camper vans on, camp there overnight between the Saturday and Sunday. Hearns Lane is part of the bypass route for the B1000, so you can't really close that off. It's close to the golf centre where you actually have a walking route down to the event, so it's obviously within easy walking distance of the thing. I've had a communication from Councillor Jane Quinton, who is a councillor which is the deputy leader of Welwyn Hatfield Borough Council, who is extremely worried about the effect of parking on the Pansanger and Haldens wards in Welwyn Garden.
So what's your question here?
How is he going to prevent this everybody? How is he physically going to stop people parking all along Hearns Lane?
So what
and on the residential roads that lead off of that.
Yes, and what we would do is that we would engage with the parish council and the particular roads. We would either could do parking restrictions and orders in relation to that. As we did with Chelmsford City, we funded some of the enforcement officers so that it wasn't a cost of the public purse and had enforcement carried out should anyone park illegally. But as I say, it's hypothetical because we say it's hypothetical because that's not our lived experience and experience. People go by public transport. They're not going to park there and then walk up. They're going to use public transport in our opinion and experience.
Ma'am.
Can I just ask, with your proposal to use double-decker buses, are you aware that on the route you're proposing from Welwyn Garden City Station, which takes you direct to Mundell's roundabout, there is a bridge with a height restriction? And locally, we have no double-decker buses whatsoever, because I'm not sure a double-decker bus can get under that bridge. I don't have the data at the moment to give you the height.
Could you just tell me, do you know what the road name is? And I'll investigate that. I'll look into it.
It's the road that goes from Welwyn Garden City to Mundell's roundabout.
Station Road.
And also, are you aware of the restrictions placed on train travel or train timetables due to Digswell Viaduct? Because that is where there is a bottleneck on the railway system, hence why we don't have a good railway system here.
At this stage, I'm not aware of that, but we will enter into discussions with the rail operating companies to make sure that any proposals that we put in are workable, both for the event and for the greater rail network.
And as I said earlier on, I will repeat it. I know I've said it multiple times and Chair's probably going to stop me, but the point is that with the traffic management plan and working with residents and the parish council and the highways authority, we will deliver a traffic management plan that works. Now, what that capacity is will be a matter of what works. And if you say that there are certain restrictions, or between now and the event something happens like flooding or whatever it may be, we adjust it accordingly to make sure it works. So it will always be safe. We will never compromise public safety. We will make sure that any plan is agreed with the Highways Authority and the police service. Public safety will be maintained.
Thank you. Obviously, time is still getting tight. Can I ask the officers from licensing and legal if they've got questions?
Thank you, Chair. The proposed first date of the event could be June 1st. It's from June to July, correct? On your proposed conditions, you state no later than 4 months prior to the scheduled date of events. Written confirmation of receipt from both East Arts Police and HCC must be obtained and retained by the licence holder for inspection upon request. With regards to the traffic management plan, for road closures to be confirmed, how long generally does it take for a road closure
12
to be
weeks.
applied for?
12 weeks. Yeah,
so
it's
3 months.
Yeah,
which would take you beyond the 4 month limit on condition 5.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, we work on the 3 month period because that is the standard requirement for a TTRO application. As soon as we have the draft TMP fully agreed, we would put the application in, the TTRO application in. So 3 months is the minimum we have to give for that application to be processed. We would be looking to put the TTRO application in at the same time as submitting a traffic management plan.
I appreciate that. It's just that the timeframes seem incredibly tight with regards to should this be granted.
And yeah,
today,
if after 2 months we got the plan finalised and we're all happy, we'll put it in like 5 months before, whichever.
But I can say that this has been given to the licensing authority, and the licensing authority have not raised any objections.
So these conditions were only sent yesterday. That's what I'm referring to now. So with regards to the no later than 4 months. With regards to that, you also stated earlier that approval of the traffic management plan by police was a condition, and that should you not get approval, the event wouldn't go ahead. So which condition are you referring to?
Yes, I've put that in my speaking note and put it in bold as a offer, but proposed condition to address that. So that will become a condition.
That's not included in the,
No, well,
the proposed conditions that you supplied yesterday.
No, it's done in the speaking note so as to make sure that I think the spirit of the position of the conditions is there, but to be absolutely sure, so members, there's no doubt, I've redrafted the condition, which is put within the speaking note, so it's clear. It's conditional upon the approval of the Highways Authority and the Police Service.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry. The recommended condition that you've got in your speaking note that's in bold is to be inserted where in these proposed conditions that were circulated yesterday?
Well, it could just be added at the end. As I understand, it doesn't matter which order it goes in. But what we will do is 12 weeks prior to the event, we will put in the traffic management orders or the equivalent, and those will all be agreed with the police and the highway. So we will make them public. So those will be agreed. And then obviously, depending on those and any feedback or any comments, there may be some revision, but only in consultation with the Highways Authority and the police. And as I say, if they are not in agreement with that traffic management plan, then they have the event doesn't go ahead. They will obviously be in agreement with the plan. I think the plan will just mean how many buses, how many train, what the number will be. There will be the number, and if the police service are satisfied and the Highways Authority that we can provide the infrastructure and the transport, the mode of transport, to satisfy those numbers, then it will proceed. Because I think that it's at the moment it's just working through what they say, what they believe can be achieved through the local network. But I don't think they've taken into account the private contractors that we have and the way that we will proceed. But that's why we would give them, in effect, that veto, because we are confident that we can achieve it.
Okay, so we've finished with transport. We'll go on to the next set of questions, please, if your
Yes.
gentleman wants to leave.
Could we just have a quick comfort break, make sure everyone's okay for a moment? And I will say this, Chair, that I do have a full question and answer document from Jeff. So should anything arise later on, I have got some of his comments taken down in advance, should there need be. And he's going to be available on the telephone. So if need be, I can always call him if something urgent arises that we haven't anticipated already. Can I thank you for your indulgence for allowing him to be here? I don't know whether we want to break just for a minute for him to go, or whether you want to just carry on and he just packs up and leaves.
I'm quite happy to have a comfort break. Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're happy for that. 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I apologise I have to leave early as well, but thank you very much for allowing us to do so. Thank
Can
you.
we just have a proposer for that? Yeah. Yeah. We'll have a 10-minute break. We'll continue with the other questions to the applicant. Mr. Dadds, could I just ask, whilst I respect your experiences at Chelmsford, could you and your team concentrate on this particular issue in East Herts? I think that would be helpful for everybody.
Yes, absolutely. The reason we do that is that we try to draw some analogy or analogous points, but I'm quite happy to be focused here.
If you could be, I'd
Thank
be
you.
very grateful.
You're
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to now ask questions of the applicant, and again, we'll start with the members of the councillors. I'll give a quick lead question in. As you know, Mr. Dadds, we kind of live and sink by the licensing objectives. It's the risk that we take on, and within your document, where you're asked section 18 of 21 licensing objectives, you've put under the protection of children from harm, please see attached notes. And I was wondering, children, we're looking from 0 to 18. I had a quick scan of Google AI the other night to find out how many that might be, and I was given sort of 5% perhaps a bit more on a family sort of day. So we're looking at I don't know, if we take the figures of 15,000, say, for instance, we're looking at sort of 750 a day, maybe a bit more on the Sunday, something like that. And I just wondered if you could lead me through the thinking around harm to children, because your response in the notes is only about 4 lines long, and I just wanted to get more understanding of, given the nature of the terrain in the site, the hazards that may be there, and those may not necessarily be just geographic. What are you putting in place for young people?
Well, firstly, we don't, at this stage, we are going to look to have younger persons to attend. That may change depending on the discussion through SAG. But if we do, then obviously they have to be accompanied by a responsible person or adult. So that's the first thing. Obviously, there'll be no sale by retail of any alcohol. And obviously, we know that individuals, and the law and the guidance tells us that individuals in their own right have to be responsible for in effect, the children and their those with them. We obviously will make sure that that all staff, that certainly front facing, have the appropriate training of protecting children from harm and welfare, WAVE. So as you will see in here, maybe it's not appreciated as much, that there is a system called Licensing Connect that gives all the training to the staff on licensing objectives, protecting children from harm, WAVE. So in effect, training and awareness is there. Obviously, the security will have a plan, security plan. All the SIA are accredited and understand their responsibilities in relation to protecting children from harm. There will be a dedicated welfare area which will tailor with any issues arising with, or anyone vulnerable, but also children. There'll be a lost and found in effect of if anyone is misplaced in that sense, and that and I don't see any more steps than that. But obviously, with regards to safeguarding, we'll be communicating with training standards or the responsible services for safeguarding if they believe there are any additional steps. And I don't know if you want to add anything further.
Yes.
Because not to refer to other festivals.
Without referring, but another way that has worked before is that at the arena entrance, as people are coming into the event, there are teams there that if they see underage, they hand out a wristband and then parents can put their phone number on it, and parents are advised to take a photograph of that child in the clothes they're wearing that day. So should they become displaced, then if security find them, we've got the parents' telephone number on the child already, and we can circulate out from with the parents' authority the clothes and what the child actually looks like, so that they can be easily found within an appropriate time, and all security on the gate to make sure that no one unaccompanied. And that's all part of the briefings that we'll carry out.
So just let me, there was a sort of doubt, maybe I picked it up wrongly, but there was a sort of doubt about whether you would be having young people or not. Can we just be clear? Children from the age of 0 to 18 will be allowed in, assuming they're accompanied, or is that a doubt?
Sorry, we have had discussion around this point, obviously within the team, and we are still discussing whether we put a cap or whether we proceed with that. All the steps are in place. It's likely, and we're quite happy to offer it. I've just been confirmed that there'll be no one. It'll be over 14, so there won't be any younger than 14.
Right, so I want to be clear. So it's 14 to 18
Yes.
is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think we've seen that. Have we seen that? No, right, we haven't
No.
seen that. Okay. So we've got an element of young people in there. You've also got a river. I think you've got a river running through this site.
But it's all going to be fenced off. That's all going to be.
That's all going to be fenced off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not just for young people, but it's for everyone. So there won't be any access to
Right.
that water.
Have we got that in the plan? Do we know that? Is anybody aware of that? No. Okay. So that doesn't appear to have been written into the plan. Sorry, Karen.
I was going to ask the same question. I thought I could imagine young children wandering and falling in the Mimran and driving and drowning. The other point is, if there's going to be a walking route that crosses the Mimran, will there be a bridge?
Yes.
So where will this bridge be? And how will it be constructed, and when will it be constructed?
Yes, we've already. I mean, we did a walk around. Although you may not be aware, we did a walk around with the police and some of the responsible authorities during the consultation period. There is, in effect, a drive across. I'd like to. I'll say it's a ford, but it isn't. But obviously, there is a drive across there, and to the left of it, there is already a footbridge, albeit narrow. And that was where the walkover was going to be, with the appropriate fencing around. And obviously this will all form part of the event management plan. There won't be any access to that water by anyone.
Good. And can I ask another question?
Yes,
please?
of course.
And concerning consultation, I was surprised to see that the consultation meeting with the residents of Chewing was only the day before the end of the consultation period, giving them no time really to be properly consulted, and that is concerning.
Well, I must say I will push back on that and say that is not correct in law. When you say you have concerns about being properly consulted, the statutory scheme sets out very clearly what our legal responsibility is. And that our responsibility is to make sure public notice is every 50 metres. We did it every 25. We also published it in the local newspaper. And in addition to that, we will continue to consult and reach out. So we've done more than what the statutory requirement is, but we're doing more and having discussion. And so that, pardon? Sorry. So we are We are consulting, we've done consulting, and also the local authority. I don't know what their rules are, but some local authorities, if they feel that they want to do more, sometimes they put it on their website too. I don't know if they did. So they do engage. They sometimes send it out to the parish council. So there are a number of mechanisms to engage. So this has had wide public notification for more than 28 days.
I think it's the spirit that we're thinking about here, the spirit of how the operation is moving forward. Just a comment there.
No, Chair, I understand. I understand what you're saying is that could there be more engagement, and there can always be more. Obviously, you won't determine the application on spirit, but I understand you may actually say, well, I think they should have done more. You'd be wrong as a matter of law. But the spirit of it is that we do want to engage, we will engage, and during that process, obviously, we want the application granted too. And that's the whole point, is that balance, because to get to this stage is probably around £30,000 of investment. To then go to SAG is probably that and more. So there are stages along the way. And that's why we say, unless the SAG sign it off, it's not going to proceed. So there are steps. We obviously, you've got about 5 households here. It's been everyone's been informed they can come if they want to, and it has been publicly consulted on, and so we do accept, and we have reached out to the parish council as well, and we will continue to reach out and engage.
Thank you for that, Mr. Dust.
I understand what you're saying there.
Could we continue? Have we got any more from the?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, just to reflect back on the last conversation and your suggestion that we apply conditions at this stage rather than your documents that tell us what's actually going to happen. Are we going to have a wristbands for kids or not? And should that be in a condition? The cap for over 14s, does that need to be conditioned? The river fenced off is not in your document. Does that need to be conditioned? How many conditions do you propose we write for your license? And finally, should we condition a risk assessment of the use of the footbridge? What size is it? What construction? How many people will it take in both directions over the evening? Is it lit? All of those questions. I've got 4 conditions in the space of 5 minutes. And I haven't even started my questions.
It's a good observation that you make, and the question you asked, and I'd like to answer it. I think the government, when they introduced the Licensing Act, and you, as you say, you are an experienced member, that the legislation makes it quite clear. And the statutory guidance is at 1.16, so for you to maybe consider when you retire. But the idea is that it should be a light touch approach. So, for example, the river, we wouldn't have to condition that, because as health and safety under other legislation, we would need to do that anyway. In relation to the age of the child, we are still considering whether we do that or not do that. But in any event, we don't need to condition 14 because whether we have under 14s will still be safe, and the protection of children from harm will not be affected. And the reason why I'm comfortable with that, we are professional in what we do in our approach, and public safety and protection of children from harm. You don't have to legislate for every detail. It's the framework, and we will take additional steps that will not be on in this application as we move along, because it will either be health and safety, fire safety, environmental protection. We will be testing the water. We'll be doing a number of things which are outside of this scope that we will, it's like the consultation with the 3,000 people. We will be doing that too. So the point I'm making is that conditions should be about promotion licensing objectives. We shouldn't be duplicating any other statutory regimes or duties or responsibilities placed on us through other legislation. And there should be, in effect, we shouldn't replicate things which are within other statutory schemes. I accept what you're saying. If you're saying, well, what about this? And we can clarify, and we're happy to clarify it, saying, look, okay, we won't have any under 14, so that addresses any concerns you may have. The fencing, it was always going to be fenced because of health and safety, so it will be fenced. If you want that as a condition, we're happy to do it. It's going to be done anyway. And in relation to the wristbands, etc., these are steps that we would normally do in any event to make sure that in case a child is separated from a guardian or parent. So I think with Licensing Connect, which is also mentioned in here, there's all that training. So there's a refusal register, incident book, vulnerability, there's wave training, there's alcohol training, there's protection children from harm. All that is mentioned, but that is within that system to give all those safeguards, and it is within the operating procedure. So we do take care of all those things. We don't, we wouldn't be expected to condition every detail. I mean, the salient points, absolutely. And can I say this in relation to protection children from harm as well? The statutory body has not, having seen this application, has not raised any objections. So trading standards or protection weights and measures or the safeguarding haven't. Also, your licensing authority, on seeing this application, even without the conditions we've offered, have not raised an objection in relation to child safety, bans, the river. They haven't either.
Maureen, got some more.
A few questions that are more specific to the conditions which you've responded to. Can I first check though with numbers? So the initial application is for 19,999, but condition 1 is 15,000. Does that mean the license now will be 15,000, or are you still asking for 19?
Yes, we are still asking for the 19,999, but the first year will not exceed 15,000. That was with, sorry, that was with a discussion. That was with, sorry, 2026. That was a discussion that we had on site with the police, and there was a discussion around, for the first year, could we have a stepped approach, not at the maximum capacity? And we said yes, we would agree. We further looked at that and said, look, we're happy to reduce it further to 14. What we've said is, what is the realistic expectation? Don't ask for any more the first year than we actually need. And we think 14,000 for the Saturday, 12,000 for the Sunday is realistically what we're likely to achieve as maximum. So therefore, we're not asking for anything more. But we want to be able to come back the following year, if it's everyone is satisfied, to then go further higher with the numbers that will never exceed 999. But these conditions regarding the event, that the event doesn't take place without traffic management and the police, those are conditions that are there each and every year. So those conditions remain.
So at the moment, condition 1 says it shall not exceed 15,000. There's no mention of a year-on-year increase up to 19. So are you happy with that, or do you want to propose a change to number 1 condition, what your number increase will be year by year?
Yeah, it's.
I just don't particularly want you to come back with something towards the end. I don't want you to
No,
but
just to say, so it's absolutely clear, condition 1 relates only to 2026. So to make it clear that's the proposal.
But it doesn't say that.
Well, I'm making it clear.
Okay, so can we have an idea of how you wish to increase over the following years?
It will be no more than 1999 the following subsequent year.
Okay.
So and the thing is, we don't want to. We know that that's the maximum that we would want to go to, but in subsequent years, it may be in 2027 we still don't go more than 15. If the safety advisory group and the police are not agreed with the event management plan that will have the capacity as part of that process, then the event doesn't proceed. So there's always that mechanism and control from the responsible authorities year on year. And as you'll also be aware, there is also a number of statutory provisions within the Licensing Act and outside that can stop an event if it wasn't safe.
So, moving on to the bars. The use of paper, PET and cardboard, which is obviously what we would hope for. However, you seem to be reserving the use of glass within the VIP area. By my reckoning, you could have around 1,000 people in the VIP area. How will you manage the safety around glass in that area? Getting security to check on leaving is one, but 1,000 people and the use of glass?
Yeah, the purpose of that originally was to do with champagne or potential like that, but we are happy to concede that it will only be polycarbonate paper or the other as we move along. So aluminium, yes.
I was interested in your
But I will say the police, sorry, can I just say the police have not objected on that condition, have not objected on crime disorder. Just to let
this
you know.
panel is concerned with all of the licensing objectives, so
Yes,
we can talk about safety.
But councillor, can I say this, and I want to be really clear, that the way that it's going at the moment, it feels like a confirmation bias, that you've made your mind up and that you won't be open to that. I have to say, if I feel that there's
I
a
don't
concern,
think that's,
but if
I
I can,
don't think that's true. And
if I can finish this, Chair, I'll just make it because I think I need to raise it. The point that I was making is that a responsible authority has not raised the issue of glass. Now, that is highly relevant for me to mention, even though you may not disagree with me. The reason why is Daniel Thwaite, which is a case from the High Court, says that even if you have your own opinions of the world outside, you still must have regard to the evidence that is before you. Also, sometimes it will ask you to put that aside and look at the evidence which is before you and have regard to the experts, the police in relation to crime disorder or trading standards for children, and listen to the evidence that's submitted. So all I'm saying, and I'm putting a mark down now, that of course you have a wide discretion within your remit, but you still have to make decisions which are evidence-based. But you must obviously have regard to what I'm saying, and also have regard to the responsible authority have not made a rep.
We have regard to what you're saying. We're just asking you some questions.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? I think that the questions that are being asked are reasonable, and I don't think there's any intention of bias. And I think the questions that are being asked is because there's a conflict between the actual application that was submitted, the conditions that have been offered up or agreed or proposed yesterday, and what is being said today. Just to give you an example around the question with regard to glass, I have noticed myself that 1.1 of the application of your Appendix B says all drinks to be sold in paper, PET, cardboard or cans except for agreed dedicated areas, i.e. the VIP area. And then you've got in the conditions that have been offered up, you've got a prohibited items policy. So there's a contradiction between, so they are checking because there's obviously things that are being said today that are different to what was actually originally proposed. And I understand that you've moved on since the actual application was made. So I think it's just a check for clarification because members are making this decision. So they need to know exactly what is being proposed.
Firstly, can I say, Chair, through you, I have no problems with any question. And I think all the questions have been absolutely fine. The reason why I stopped for a moment is that the comment back to me about I'm saying no responsible authority is if, well, I don't care what the responsible authority is. I'm making the decision and it's for me to make that decision. Well, I'm saying, hang on a minute, you need to consider what I'm saying and have regard to the responsible authority have raised no issue with regards to glass. In relation to your comment about the conditions, we've made an application. The police have made representations to us. We've listened to those, and that's why we made the concession regarding glass in these conditions. But answering to your question, I then said, we give way on that, and it is in here because I remember drafting it and we talking about the aluminium.
I think a question that I could ask then is, has there been any discussion between yourselves and the police? And are these conditions agreed?
That there has been some discussion.
Since this was submitted yesterday, has there been any further discussions?
Well, could I say that the police sent us their proposed condition? We then reached out to them and we said, we agree in principle your discussions, can we meet? Would you withdraw on that basis? They said no, because I think we still have issues around capacity. Then they sent us another further document, which we considered. The conditions were drafted to come to you on the Monday last week, but we had further correspondence from the police in the week, which we had to consider. And I think this week we were going to have some discussions on Tuesday, but unfortunately, and there's no criticism at all, the police have had some human resources issues around policing.
So this was sent out yesterday. Has there been, I think that might be a good point to see.
We were going to raise the fact that we were only past those conditions today. We've not seen them prior to today. And I'm aware of there being 5 days.
Chair, can I say in regard to your legal advisor, it's not correct. The police sent us a set of proposed conditions. We then looked at those conditions and had and have had some discourse backwards and forwards with that officer. That officer is now, I believe, on sick leave or away.
I think you've answered my question in the
We
sense
have had
that
discussions.
there's not been any further discussions since
on the final
these were
draft.
sent yesterday.
Yeah.
I think that's something.
Well, can I just clarify? So it's absolutely clear. So there's no suggestion of or inference that there's been anything other than openness. These conditions here just build on what the police asked, and through discussions with the police and additional documents sent to us by the police, we finalised this document. Now, the reason why it came in yesterday, we were hoping on Tuesday, as it was planned, we were going to have a meeting with the police. The police officer went sick, and we've been trying since then and now. And because we've not been able to meet, this document was sent to that officer, but I understand that officer's unwell. So that's why the police have not seen it until this morning, because that officer is not available.
Okay, I think we'll cut that bit of the conversation. Can we go back to
Thank you.
Councillor?
I was pleased to see in your document that you were not going to allow alcohol to be brought onto site, and disappointed when the police initial conditions came in with an alcohol allowance. Why have you decided to accept the police's when it's not a camping? Generally, the police will allow alcohol to be brought on site when it's a camping festival. Yours is not a camping festival. The bar, selling alcohol from the bar gives us our best public safety. Why have you moved to agree to leave the police ones in?
Just direct me to what number that is, please, because that may be an error on my part. Because my what number is it?
It's the last bullet. I can't find it in your document right now.
And if I can just add, it's 1.8 of your Appendix B that says customers will not be permitted to bring food and drink.
Yes, no, I do apologise. I
And
don't
the
know
bar
how.
fees there as well.
I must say that we have agreed. We have said that there will be no alcohol. I think that was in relation to prohibited items that the police were saying, but we are not going to allow any alcohol in being omitted.
Okay, thank you. A point to show that we are keen to support your application. Item 17, tickets will not be sold from the site and all tickets must be purchased online. Again, the police gave you an option to sell tickets at the site and you've clearly not taken that option, and that's obviously the absolute right decision.
Can I say that the reason for that goes back to transport. We don't want people just turning up. We want people to plan that in advance.
Yes. But that's what I'm trying to say. We are looking for the positives as well as our concerns. So moving on to 19, This is a condition which is about what information goes onto your website. Can you tell me why the bullet points have been removed to provide a map of the site and surrounding areas, considering it's quite a complex area, and also that you've decided not to post the sat-nav postcode, considering we've heard from residents about that a whole load of different roads. Why would you not give us a postcode?
Because what we want people to do, as we've heard, there are various cut-throughs. Yeah. As there are various cut-throughs around, so if we put and show people how they can do the cut-throughs, we want them to follow the event signage. So we want them to go to a particular place. So if we start to give them a postcode, they can then start to work their way round, and we absolutely don't want that. We want them to follow the event signage. So on their tickets, all the pre-information they get will be follow the event signage. Then we can get them to exactly where we want them to be.
That's the rationale behind it. But obviously through the SAG, if someone wants something different, we'll work with them. But tried and tested, it's better that people are one. You can't buy the ticket on site on the day. You buy it in advance. You organise your transport in advance, and you follow the directions by the traffic management or sites.
If we start to show them little roads and little cut-throughs, that's the one thing. By giving them that area, we absolutely don't want that. They've got to do what we want them to do.
Okay, thank you. Number 21, can you tell me why the requirement to inform an adult who's over 21 with an under 18 that they should be informed of their responsibilities when they arrive on site?
I know. Yes, it's a condition that the police have asked us to do. It is unusual because the statutory guidance says that individuals in their own right as adults have to be responsible for their own conduct. But in any event, it's like it is a bit vague. But obviously that will be worked through because it's what responsibilities, what is it that they want us to inform, and how we're going to do that. I mean, ultimately, we will make sure that all staff through the Licensing Connect system are trained regarding sale of alcohol, responsible retailing of alcohol, proxy sales of alcohol, drunkenness, ID, all that is taken care of. So ordinarily, there wouldn't be any more instruction needed to staff or individuals, and there is information about behaviour and conduct, what is expected. Is there anything else you want to add to that? No.
That's all my questions, Chair.
Thank you, Carolyn. You got your
I'll come back to you if it arises again. Can we have from the responsible authority any questions other than traffic? Unless it's absolutely
I'm
desperate.
happy to any traffic because I've got some answers here if need be.
We just want to clarify, in relation to the capacities, are you including staff within that capacity number? So the 19,999, which you're asking the licence to be granted for, does that include staff and performers?
Yeah.
And is that the same in relation to your lower numbers, so your 15,000 and your 12,000?
It's the maximum capacity of the licensed premises, including staff, unless it restly says otherwise. And also, it's that.
Thank you, members of the public. If we can work our way down from the top, please. No? Is the lady next to you got any questions?
Because we need to include Chewing Wood and all the other areas that can be affected.
We are happy to make sure we cover the village. And we're happy to have further discussions with you who should be, who you think, especially with the parish council and the borough and the district council. So and I expect it just comes down to being proportionate and appropriate in relation to cost and expense. But we can give this commitment, and it's like, as the chair said, about the spirit of it. The spirit is that anyone that should be consulted will be consulted, because obviously anyone that may be impacted, we want to hear their views and work out what we can do to mitigate that. Obviously, we're realistic in the sense that we are here to mitigate, to lessen any effect, promote the licensing objectives, and obviously we want to do all that. And by engaging, and I understand what you're saying, Chair, but we're engaging, we will do that. We are very effective at that, and I'm told that Claudia does normally bring cakes as well to resident meetings, so we are very much involved, engaging. Good lemon cake she brings.
Sir.
Chairman, can you clarify what you want me to address at this point? How limited you want it? Is it?
You can ask of the applicant what you want with regards to the application.
Right.
I'm sure he'll be willing to talk about anything so long as it doesn't involve Chelmsford.
I like Chelmsford because I live there, but anyway, it's
On the road closures, I think I'm right probably in saying that the marshals there would have full authority to direct traffic.
Yes.
If you do a restricted access, as you have said, and you put marshals there, will they have exactly the same authority to stop cars coming through? Or do they have limited power, more limited powers?
We have accredited door marshals that have certain responsibility and powers. So that's as far as we can go. And ordinarily, without mentioning anywhere else or any other city or any other place, it is something that has been done and effectively done. And I think we are, and it's right. And I think it's a genuine concern that the residents will have in the village or any town and place, no different to the town and place and village I live, that you want comfort and reassurance that we will take the appropriate steps. We will, we have done so, and we will do so in the future. And also, if we don't get it right, we won't be coming back the following year. This is why it's an application about sustainable transport. We want it sustainable as an event, and we want to make sure each year we build on that and reassure you of the steps we're going to take.
You've talked about communication, and you've said you've published notices in newspapers. I mean, in the modern world, nobody reads papers like that. And I was asked if I would give my email address to you, well, to the applicants for mediation when I first submitted my objection. I did not know that village meeting was taking place. Nobody emailed me, yet you had my address. So my experience so far is communication is pretty poor.
Well, I would take that on board. I think when the public notice has been much of debate, and it looks like through consultation that is changing. Ordinarily the public notice will be is normally also published online through the Association Press. So it's normally online as well. It's called the public planning portal, but it goes through the online newspapers.
Well, with respect, we are talking about the real world.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Sorry,
that.
can we just keep it to questions, please?
So the point is that what we will do is collect as many email addresses as we can, communicate where we can, and hold public meetings, and we will do that. And I apologise that you didn't hear about the other one, but I'm pleased you know about this application. You've had an opportunity to comment on it. You're here today, and we want to continue to engage with you.
And the last question I would have is the transport hub is off the B1000. I am not clear whether the applicant believes that you've got appropriate approval to use that site, given it's a B road with access onto it.
Yes, we believe we do. And as I understand it, walking on site, we have two, and I have someone from the farm here if need be, but we have two entrances on and off onto that site. So we believe it is appropriate, can be done. And Jeff has assured us that in the sense of the bus, and then working with the golf course, it looks like we will have the drop off and pick up there.
Okay, just without pushing this point, you have access, you believe, at the moment, but normally sight lines and that are an integral part of any approval. And at the moment, it's only a tractor going onto that site.
Well, I mean, we have ingress and egress at 2 points on that site onto the public highway. Of course, going on and off of that, we'll have the traffic marshals and appropriate accredited staff to make sure people are ingressing and egressing onto the site, onto the highway network. So we're comfortable that that will be done satisfactorily.
Well, I was actually referring to building it before the event, actually.
Yeah, no, but the access ways are already there. That they are there. They exist.
Thank you, lady at the end.
Thank you. Can I just take you back to safeguarding? You mentioned safeguarding. I'm sure you know as well as I do that safeguarding is not only children, it's also vulnerable adults who may have mental capacity within the age of a child. And there are lots of laws relating to that. Will you confirm that you will include vulnerable adults in your safeguarding policy?
Yes. I apologise. I was speaking that way, and you might not have heard everything that I said earlier on. But within the Licensing Connect, there's the WAVE training, which is welfare, engagement, vulnerability, and individuals become vulnerable from a number of reasons. We do the Ask Angela. We are aware of other vulnerabilities, including mental health or anxiety. So all that training is provided as part of the Licensing Connect. So all vulnerabilities are looked at. Someone could be on their own, they could be distress, it could be through alcohol, it could be through intoxication. There are a number of things that we have to look out for to make sure people are safe. And we are very skilled in ensuring that that is done safely.
Thank you.
And the training is provided through Highfields, and everyone gets a certificate, and all those records are kept and maintained.
Thank you. On the consultation up to the public meeting, I'm probably the only resident here who can say this because I don't live in East Herts Council. My council tax is paid to Welling and Hatfield, and I think
we're not allowed to mention any other council, so I'm joking.
Well, I think this is part of your problem because you also just said that you consulted with and will consult with the village. The affected areas by this are cross-jurisdictional, whether you like it or not, whether East Herts Council like it or not. And I think unless you do that engagement and undertake that you will do that engagement, that this is probably a very odd meeting for me.
Sorry,
Well, can I say,
sorry,
I'd like
it
to
should
answer
be
it.
a question.
Yeah.
Will you undertake
Yeah.
to consult with Welling and Hatfield Borough Council residents?
Yeah, yes, we those that are immediately affected, we will. Can I say we've already started that process because we recognise what you've just said, because with the police service, we've met the police service that deal with overlap. So therefore, we recognise that there is some overlapping, but boundaries for us is not really. We will make sure we, as I said earlier on, we're definitely doing the mile. It may be that we have to look at different areas, and we will consult with those parish council and other residents, and we're happy to take your details and make sure everyone's engaged. It is absolutely important that we have residents on site. Some may not want it in their backyard, as it were. Some might disagree for other reasons, but we want to make sure those that do want to engage or communicate, we will do so, and we'll try to make it the very best for them.
Thank you. Regards to postcode, you are aware that the postcode for Chewinbury Farm is available everywhere. So by not publishing it on the tickets seems.
Yeah, I do get the point, but the thing is, we're not overtly putting it there. Someone coming from Birmingham, I know you've got waves, you've got all different technology. I understand that, but it really does matter, and it's very important to us that people are encouraged to purchase the ticket or the bus and all the transport, and we know that that's what people actually do and want to do. So it's not about any other council, any other concert. people will want to get the ticket and the transport organised in advance because they know what they want to do, how they're going to get there, how they're going to get home.
And you've talked a lot about sustainability. Will the coaches that you will use be electric coaches or diesel coaches?
At this stage, I can't tell you. We did in Liverpool manage to have a supplier that was able to provide electric, but it's not always possible. It depends on availability. Yes, we can absolutely look, and even whether we can have a percentage.
So if we assume that the majority of them, if not all of them, are going to be diesel coaches, which will be going in and out of the transport hub, and the proximity of the River Memram, which is a very cherished chalk stream, as I'm sure your own research has told you, what are you putting in place to stop any effluents going into the River Memram?
I think I should say that this doesn't constitute part of what we're here to hear. I understand
I think it did say in the guidance notes that the River Memram was considered.
Well, I can answer that, Chair, that we are going to have and going to be testing the water before and after, make sure we have no effect, but that's outside of here. But that's one of those points that we are doing in any event.
That will have to be a long-standing programme post-event because egress doesn't go in until you have heavy rainfall.
But in any event, I think the assumption on the transport, I think that assumption, we will have to wait to see what we can do. We've heard your comments, we understand your concerns, and we will take those on board. And if we can get more sustainable, then obviously we will, and we can work with you on that. And certainly I know that you're very passionate about the locality and so we will work with you to see what we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And have I got anything from licensing and legal?
It's just a couple of points haven't been covered on conditions and discrepancy. Condition 14, the requirement to record. Sorry, it's the first couple of words in that condition. So there's been removed the requirement to record any seized drugs or substances. This will be your provided conditions, your proposed condition. Condition 14.
I've got it as all drugs.
Yeah, so the police proposed conditions stated a record of all drugs. So why have we removed the requirement for a record to be kept?
Where there is a condition regarding proposal for licensing connect, which keeps a record of any confiscation. So it is all what we intend to do. Well, when I say actually, sorry, there's two propositions. Obviously in festivals, Chair, and I think this is really important. What we encourage is bins beforehand, before entry, so amnesty bins, and that we encourage those to be used for anyone that can see searches being done and potentially dogs being used periodically, and that it's encouraged to those individuals to dispose there. Now those we wouldn't keep a record of because it's in the bin, and we would ask the police service, and normally the police would take those or unlock those with us and take whatever they've got, so they would record it. Normally we wouldn't take it out and record it. You wouldn't want anyone touching it or doing it in that way. If an individual is found either on search or within the site, then there will be a written record of what they are, and we will have a procedure. We have a procedure for the safe storage of that. So there are a number of ways of doing it, but sorry,
and just about in, that would be available to the police?
Oh yeah, absolutely. All the licensing connect records are available. So incidents, refusals, accidents, vulnerabilities, they're all logged and all can be shared. It's all digital records.
Does that include confiscation of drugs?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Just to follow on from a point from Member of Public about Welwyn, you've mentioned in the TMP that a Hackney carriage rank for egress will be created and permission will be sought from Welwyn. Is that going to be in Welwyn's postcodes, or did you mean to put
I think the spirit of it is that if we are able to put a license rank or a temporary license rank, we'll have to ask the licensing authority for that appropriate authority. So either council or either licensing authority.
Just didn't make sense to me if people are travelling to Welling to pick up a.
No, I understand.
Yeah. Okay. And just to clarify for me, what documentation is in its final form at this stage that isn't a draft or a proposal, if any?
The application form. Look, I know we have a difference of opinion. I know that you're asking me questions, and your status, even as asking questions, is, in my view, not lawful. But I'm happy to answer them. The position is that it might be an experience by a council, and I accept it. But my experience has been that you wouldn't start a SAG. You wouldn't you would go through the application process. That is not subject to change. So if we have that granted with the proposed conditions, that's the license. Any changes that we want to make, we would make through minor variation. So the documents that you have in front of you, i.e. the application form with the accompanying documents, you as the licensing authority will, and you may have a task in your hand, but you as a licensing authority, as a matter of law, will, with Mr. Rawlings, I expect, look at the application and novate whatever we've put on our operating schedule into conditions which are enforceable. And so therefore, everything is as certain as the application that's here, and that the additional conditions which have been worked up with the police and we've proposed will also form that. But in addition to that, after hearing all the evidence, members will have their own views on adding extra conditions or modifying, and we do that too. So the application isn't vague. The application is what it is before members. If members that don't believe that they can make a decision that promotes the licensing object, which I don't agree with, that they can, I think the main salient point out of all the discussions is about the numbers and public safety on getting off the site. And if that's subject to a veto in effect by the county council and the police, I think that's more than sufficient to grant the application. And any changes or tweaks will have to come back either by minor variation or through the SAG. And it is Chair, it is done elsewhere. It may not be done here, and I appreciate we're talking about here and what you want. And it might be that through discussions here that the licensing policy statement gets changed to let people know in advance that that's what you would expect. But what we've done in the sense of an application is lawful. This process of pivoting and changing and listening is encouraged, and I think we are doing that. So anyway, I hope that's answered your question.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dimple, have you got any questions? No. Carolyn, I believe you've got another question.
This may sound like a silly question, but are you proposing to sell tickets for both days simultaneously, or are you going to be selling different tickets for Saturday and then different tickets for Sunday? So
there will be tickets for Saturday or Sunday or a weekend ticket.
There will be a weekend, because that will.
But no. Obviously, there's no camping. It might be.
Will encourage people to stay overnight though. That's what I was thinking.
Well, some of your hotels will want that.
Hopefully.
I mean, the point is that I think if you are going to, I don't do weekend festivals. I never have. I don't like staying over. But the thing is, some people that do will find accommodation and plan and book, and that is part of that condition of that 1.18 that talks about economic growth. So the towns around and the hotels around will benefit, and from that boost over that weekend, it will bring a huge amount of spending, and local businesses will welcome that, I'm sure. I mean, we have to balance it with the residents, I know.
I think I'm going to keep going for a bit with the police. Is that all right? Yeah. Let's do it. I appreciate that time is moving on and people probably want a break, but I think we should listen at this point to what the police have got to say in their application.
Apologies, I was just noting something then. Yeah, obviously we are 25+1. Do we want to continue at this point? Or
Well, I
break for
think
lunch?
it would be useful. We could hold the questions back, but if you could just get the statement into our heads, that I think would be good.
Yeah, no, that's fine, Chair. We can do that. Obviously, there's been lots discussed so far this morning, but we will just try and bring a few bits together. This is a large event, even with the dropping of the numbers, which originally in the TMP that was submitted only a few weeks ago, the numbers were said to be 12,500 and 8,000 on the Saturday and Sunday, respectively. We're now being told at the hearing that we're looking at them being 14,000 on the Saturday and 12,000 on the Sunday, if I've remembered that correctly. So we have had some changes again. This is a large event. Even with those numbers, just to put it into perspective, the capacity of other events that have been held within the East Herts area, and certainly I can say for the last 10 years, because that's how long I've been linked in with licensing in this area, has been at the 4,999 capacity. There has been applications made for larger events, but none of them have been granted larger than that for a single day event without camping. There's been one application or one event that has had a larger number, but that has had camping. And the difference that you have with a camping event is that people are not trying to all leave and enter at the same time. That's much more dispersed. So it's a very different kettle of fish when you are trying to manage events where everybody's coming on one day and everybody's going that evening. So just to remind the committee that this is a significantly bigger application than any that have been dealt with previously in East Herts. Normally these festivals apply for a smaller number and then they grow organically. It's quite a surprise to have an event that they're immediately going for a 20,000 person licence on an event field that hasn't been tested in any way previously for events of this type. So it is a large number that is being asked for. And with that, we would expect there to be quite detailed and specific plans around how it is seen that 20,000 people could use that site on one day, entering and leaving all within one day. As you've seen, and as you will have read, you've obviously seen the event management plan that's been put forward. There's a lot of stuff that's being said that is not specific to this event. It's very generalised and very much open to change as it goes along, which makes it very difficult to trust what is being said and exactly how this event will manage. There's obviously been lots of ifs and buts and lots of promises that have been made. I think had more planning been done, then a lot of the things that have been raised today would not have needed to be raised today. The traffic management plan was submitted to us only on the 5th of December. I'm just going to hand over to my colleague to just quickly summarise in terms of the police involvement with these organisers, because prior to this application landing on, I believe, the 30th of October, we'd had no contact prior to that by them. Just to summarise that.
So yes, thank you, Claire. So yeah, just for awareness, I've been involved within the consultation period, but that has been challenging. As Sergeant Ramirez has stated, the application was made on the 30th of October of this year. We conducted a site visit on the 10th of November with the organisers and the applicant, where concerns were raised regarding the lack of traffic management plan and the issues or concerns that we had around the access and egress. However, further contact wasn't received until towards the end of November. It was the 25th of November, which suggested that the TMP would be ready fairly imminently. However, that consultation period, that 28 days, the deadline was the 28th of November. The traffic management plan was then sent in to us as a responsible authority on the 5th of December, which gave very limited time prior to this hearing to discuss that. Due to this needing consulting from traffic experts, this was sent off to our traffic department and supported by Hertfordshire Highways, who obviously aren't a responsible authority. The reasons conditions were then sent out. They were sent to the applicant on the 9th due to the dwindling timescales we had to provide the conditions that we would expect on a licence, and to ensure that if an applicant or if the applicant was successful, that suitable conditions were in place. That was the reason they were sent out. They weren't agreed, but they were sent out as suggested conditions that needed discussion. On the 10th, we then received a reply that said if kind of they were all agreed, do we need any further meetings, which were valid and very valid point there. But then on the 15th, so this week, was the first request for a meeting to discuss the conditions, leaving no time as per the licensing authority's timescales to provide any further documentation to the committee, which would normally be a 5 working day period prior to a licence hearing. And that's the consultation period and just the challenges, or some of the challenges that we've had. And I will hand back to Sergeant Ramirez to cover other points.
Thank you. So it's been suggested that this site is appropriate for this number, and that it's exceptionally well serviced, which is something we would disagree with. We think this site does present a number of issues, and had the applicants decided to speak to us prior to submitting an application, we could have had more open dialogue in relation to that and actually highlighting some of the problems. But due to that really tight time frame, we're finding ourselves at a hearing when perhaps these are the sorts of conversations we would be having with an applicant prior to them even putting the application in. So it does leave us in quite a difficult position with how to progress this, because obviously we do want to support these types of events to run, but they need to be done in an appropriate way, and they need to be managed. We're already now approaching the end of 2025 with an event that's going to be less than 7 months down the line into 2026. And I still don't feel that any of us actually know what the plans are. Even though we've had information submitted to us that's written down, that the way it is stated is it's not specific. It's stating possibilities of we will try and do this, we will try and do that. But there's no specifics, and how can we work not actually knowing what the plan is and give any advice as to whether it's appropriate or not. So we feel like we're in a very difficult position. In relation to talking about the norm of how things are dealt with, it does state in the East Herts licensing policy that early advice or consultation with responsible authorities is advised. So that is said within, and I don't know whether Mr. Dadds has read the East Herts licensing policy or not. Mr. Dadds has also suggested that it's the norm for people to use transport options rather than cars, and that that is not supported by the experiences that we've had in East Herts. So only a few years ago, and I won't refer to specific events, but we have had experience of events causing issues where people don't take up those public transport options and instead choose to drive, and where the organisers either have an insufficient traffic plan to allow entry of that number of cars within such a short period of time, or where they haven't got the facility to enable them to park. What you find is those people will just park their cars wherever they can. They will find somewhere to park. It will be illegal. It will cause obstructions, and it will present a public safety issue. And that is exactly what has been seen and witnessed at events held within East Herts over the last 3-4 years. It obviously massively impacts in terms of public safety, because where you end up with cars being abandoned in all sorts of places, it not only presents issues for emergency services to get through, but hazards of people not being able to see pedestrians properly. So it then impacts on the ability for people who are following the normal routes to be able to continue to follow them. Apologies. No. Oh, I thought that was going to be mine then. It then impacts on people to be able to follow what should have been the correct route of getting to and from, i.e. walking routes, footpaths, etc., because they become blocked by these cars that are abandoned here, there and everywhere. Sorry, let me just find where I've got to. So I feel that the police feel that these organisers have failed at every hurdle in terms of this application. They haven't had the early engagement with us prior to the application, which is vital, especially for a festival of this size, any festival, but this one in particular. The organisers of this event obviously have failed to engage with police fully throughout the 28-day consultation period. Yes, we had a site visit with them and sent emails following that asking for further updates and information. That has not been forthcoming. And then obviously the traffic management plan gets sent to us, which, like I've already said, contains details around 12,500 people on one day, 8,000 on another day, which is what we've sought advice on from our highways and from our police experts. Those are the numbers we were given, and now all of a sudden we're talking about different numbers, and additionally they are still applying for the licence for 20,000 with a view that over the next few years that number will increase to the 20,000. There's been a lot of onus stated by Mr. Dadds about the conditions and following conditions, and if you know, if at any point there's this fail-safe that if we're not happy then the event can stop. If it's granted now, the onus is going to be on us as responsible authorities to ensure that this event is run safely. It's not going to be on the organisers in the same way. There's no specific power for us to say to them, you can't run your event, you're not meeting your licensing objectives, you can't run it. We can't do that. All we can do is warn them that if they do run, they will be in breach of their licence and they're liable to prosecution. Prosecuting for that offence of unauthorised licensable activity would be challenging. The liability and the person culpable for that event going ahead would be a difficult thing to evidence in court, and would ultimately take time and cost of the taxpayer. And is that really reasonable when there's been no presented plans as to how this event will run safely? By this stage, we would expect to see a plan from the organisers, not that's been created by us, but been created by them, to show how they believe that this event will run safely, not containing the we will try and do this, we will try and do that, or we might have a place to park here, or we might have this place. We can't assess this application. It's too many variables that are completely unknown at the moment. So we are saying that this application should be rejected in its entirety, and it's not proportionate to grant this application as it currently stands. Is there anything else you want to add? No.
Thank you. I think we should actually allow the applicant and others to make questions, and then we'll break for lunch. Let's go ahead.
Yes. Officer, can I just clarify that in the you've had the 28-day public consultation, and up until now it's roughly 7 weeks to consider the application. That's right, isn't it?
If I trust your calculations, if that's 7 weeks from the 30th of October.
On the can I just clarify? I'm sure it's not intended, but you mentioned the email regarding the 10th of December. In that email, there was an offer to meet online or to meet. You said it was just a would you object? Is there a need for a meeting? But there was an offer of a meet on the 10th of December. You said there wasn't.
There was suggestion in the email around would there be a need to meet if it was agreed. I'll be honest, I haven't got that email in front of me, so I will bow to your better judgment to suggest that that is the case, and I apologise if that was
I have the
lent
email
towards the other way.
Yeah, I have the email on the clip if need be, but it was we'd like to meet to discuss. If you don't, if these are conditions, if we agree your conditions, do we need to meet? If you don't agree, obviously let's meet. And we've been trying to meet since, but I think there's been some challenges regarding sickness or meeting, but that's later. But officer, can I just then say, in relation to the consultation and your proposals, you've said suitable condition. You've made suggestion of suitable conditions in place. It's right, isn't it? If those conditions are in place, then it meets the licensing objectives.
I think you have to be aware that throughout that consultation process, you are moving towards those conditions being met. And I think if during that process actually things aren't being addressed and aren't being forthcoming, there's no what's the word I'm looking for? There's no thought that actually, or trust within yourselves as organisers, that we're going to get to that point, because we're so far behind already. And you had the pressure of needing to do things by a certain point, and yet that wasn't done. So the request to meet and speak with us was outside that 28-day consultation. So it's just a ripple effect, that one thing impacts on another.
Yes, but there's almost been 2 months or 7 weeks, and you talk about trust. Actually, you even used the word. Let me just say, failed at every hurdle. I mean, isn't that a bit strong? Isn't it that we have filled out the statutory requirement form sent to you? Yes, I'm asking the question. Yep, that you've said that we failed at every hurdle, but isn't it correct that we've completed the proper statutory form, gone through the proper consultation process? You've had 7 weeks. We're engaging. We discuss conditions, and that we've even met on site. So is that a fair reflection to say we failed at every hurdle? Is that a bit much?
I think in relation to that, having dealt with numerous applications, applicants who put those things in, they will communicate with us a lot more than what has happened in this instance. And this is an application for a 20,000 person event. We would expect a lot of communication, and we would expect some pretty detailed plans to be forthcoming, and that hasn't happened.
And just for clarity, the traffic management plan we've had for 2 weeks, which, as you know, is quite a detailed, or can be quite a detailed document to assess fully. So yes, 7 weeks.
Have you, in relation to the proposed traffic management or outline of the proposal, it's not the traffic management plan. Do you accept that it's an outline of the intended purposes, but giving the police service, in effect, a veto? If you don't agree the traffic management plan, the event doesn't go ahead. I
think we've explained our concerns.
One second, I'm asking a question. Sorry. So, unless the chair stops me, isn't it that there is a condition that says that if it's not signed off, the event doesn't go ahead? So, if the police say that traffic management plan does not meet the licensing objectives, or for capacity of 15, 14, 8, it won't proceed, then it doesn't proceed. And that's a condition on the license, which is enforceable.
I think you're making it sound very black and white, and I think in reality, it's not as straightforward as that.
Right. Can I then say, in relation to, you asked about moving position, when was on site, we proposed 15,000 for the first year. We were asked if we would consider reducing the numbers, and that was offered up. And in relation to, you say all of a sudden things have changed. Well, the application was always for 999, and we said to the officer, so I'm asking a question, that we indicated that we'd always keep that number, but for the first year we would reduce it. And the numbers that are in the proposed traffic management plan, it is a moving feast. Do you accept that things do change, and that's why we are saying we are working towards a finalised number, but you have the final veto?
We obviously appreciate things change, but this is why early consultation is key prior to putting that application in, so that these things can be dealt with prior to, rather than after consultation's finished.
Sorry, Claire. I am quite happy. Again, when we were on site and 15,000 was talked about, the transport hub that's listed now on the event management plan was actually discussed as the car park at the time of that site visit. So again, the layout of that management plan, as we talked it through on the day, has changed quite a lot. And whilst I do appreciate that things are changing, numbers change, locations change, there's a lot of variables still in place to know whether there's going to be a safe event able to take place.
Well, there will be. The premises and the owners of the land have to make sure that there is a safe event, and that Yeah, it is a question, but I've got to phrase it in that way. I'm say chair, but I'm happy to try to do a shorter one if you want me to. But the conditions, they are enforceable, aren't they? If they are put onto the license, and an offence under the Licensing Act is an unlimited fine, and even custodial sentence if they're not followed. Do you accept that?
That is accepted, yes.
And in relation to police powers, if an event was going to happen, whether it be a football event, a rugby event, music event, or whatever event, police have powers to stop an event if they anticipate public safety or crime disorder through closure powers. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, clearly we do, but the whole point of the licensing process is to avoid that necessity.
Yes, but I think the way you propositioned it to the local authority members, that it's all too late and we don't really have any powers and we have to do it afterwards. But actually, there's sufficient statutory protection to public safety if someone was to proceed with an unsafe event by your chief inspector says or chief superintendent says that's not safe, it's not going ahead.
I was referring to your simplification of if the conditions aren't met, the event won't go ahead. It's not as straightforward as that.
Yeah, the objection, as I understand it from the police, is not on crime disorder, but public safety, the capacity number of people being able to ingress and egress from the site. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Public safety is a massive issue, and we've seen in previous events that we have actually had a person killed who was walking home from an event in East Hearts within the last few years.
And obviously we're dealing with this application and our proposals. You've had your traffic engineers or have a look at the proposals for the Saturday and the Sunday. What figure did they come up with as being a safe figure for public safety? Because I don't believe it's an all or nothing position. There must be a number whether the police say, whether it's the 4,999 or 8,000 or 10,000. What is that figure that
So it's not for it.
No, it's not. It's a question. No, it's a question, Chair, about their. No, I'm definitely not negotiating. It's a question of if there's. So you understand the question, Chair. It's not negotiating. I am putting a question that they have said that they have put it to their traffic engineers. And I'm saying their traffic engineers would have come back with a number. I already know what that number is. That's why I'm asking the question. The point is that I'm saying is what is that number that their engineers, on looking at the proposals that we've made in this application, is a safe number that they think can go on and off that site? And it's a fair question for me to ask. I won't ask it if you don't want me to, but I think it's a fair question.
I'm happy to answer. They don't give us a specific number because they're there to judge the traffic management plan that you've submitted. So what they've judged is that site suitable? And I'll refer back to the fact that within the traffic management plan that was submitted, it said 12,500 on the Saturday and 8,000 on the Sunday. They've looked at it based on those numbers. And they're saying it's not suitable based on those numbers. If you wish to propose changes, which they'll be more than happy to discuss how you could improve that and actually numbers that may be appropriate, but we wouldn't come back to you and say, okay, here you go, this is a counter proposal of exactly what will work for you, and these are the numbers that will work. That's not how it happens.
Yes, as the chair says, I'm not negotiating, and here, can I ask? So it's absolutely clear on the public record. Obviously, because the advice that the report back will be subject to disclosure, so we can get a copy of it. What are you saying that they did not comment on what they thought the safe number was?
I don't believe they put a specific number in there, no.
Well, can you be clear, please?
I'm trying to review now, and from what we are seeing, a number wasn't given. What number is it that you believe? So that because I can push Control F and try and find the number that you've suggested that you.
Well, no, I'm asking you as a question, and you've got to be honest and candid with the committee. I've asked the question. If you've said
it's not in there, no.
There's no number.
I think what you're referring to is
that's clear. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no number.
But I thought I'd ask.
Yeah. No, that's all. Thank you.
And no, those are my questions.
I've just got one question for you on the, and I get lost in the conditions and things, but 29, full payment for special police services, and I'd imagine special police services would be quite valuable on this. Paid into your account no later than 7 days prior. Seems very late in the day. What happens if they don't pay?
It is again down to exactly what the issue would be with a TMP, so, or traffic management plan. So yes, it's a condition that we've recently added due to concerns around not paying. But yes, if that isn't paid into the account, then it would be potentially a breach of license. And yes, you could then have everything that that's been mentioned prior: closure orders, breaches of license.
It'd be very late in the day. That's just a comment. Questions? No, we have no questions from there. Have you got questions for the police from the public? No one else for the police? Legal? No. Licensing? No. Okay. In that case, I think we're going to break for lunch. What do we normally have for lunch? About half an hour, hopefully. Yeah, so half 2. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to propose that we're back for 2:30. Are you happy to second? And
Yes.
yeah, sorry. So we'll be breaking till 2:30. See you all then.
During the lunch recess, I've had a conversation with the applicant and the client, and we are prepared to modify the application to be time limited, so just for 1 year. That's it. So it's 1 year. So we're entitled in the application to time limit an application, so it will in effect expire. In effect, say in 1st of August, so the license will then lapse, and then next year we'll have to reapply again when we want to. So it's time limited, and the reason for that is just so that if councillors saying, well, what's happening next year, or anyone saying what's next year, so at least it's 1 year, and we can show an evidence that we have done what we've said, and that we don't accept the evidence of the police. But you'll hear mine closing. But we are content. Well, when I say content, it's got to go through the whole process again, but to limit it to 1 year, so then you're not having to worry about, not saying you worry, but you know what I mean, thinking about other years, that it's just one year only, so that we can prove to you that we can do it and then reapply there straight after. It's a question on the application form, so you can just time limit if you want to. So that's just that. Chair, sorry, so it's absolutely clear. I'm not proposing a minor variation. What I'm proposing is to say we are only asking for the license for a time limited period, which is not a variation. It's just a modification that we can offer on the day. And I think it's more than acceptable but it's not a minor variation. Thank you.
On this again, and I'm sorry it's dragged on so long, and it's going to go on for some time yet. What we're going to say to you is this: we're going to finish at 5. We're going to ask so that we can stop with you at 4, so we've got time to talk about this. Okay, does that make sense? So I'd ask you to keep whatever's being said now to being succinct, concise, and direct. Okay. Does that make sense to everybody? Everybody happy with that? Okay, thank you.
Been in court all week. Chair, if you need be, you do have the provisions. You will be aware that you don't have to make a decision today. You can make a decision 5 working days, but you'd like to try to do that today. I understand.
Yeah. Thank you for wanting to give me a week. It's helpful. Right. Okay. So we're on 5. We've got other parties to make submissions. And by that, I think it's the members of the public, because we've got nobody else.
Well, the only, I think I've made my submission. I mean, I would offer to be my email address to be consulted on some of these highways issues. I spoke, is it Jeff earlier, you said? He was quite surprised by one of the things I said, and I know that there's a solution to that one, but another issue I mentioned to him, I didn't see a solution to initially. So I'm happy to do that any time if it helps to get this right, because it's parking in the village I am concerned about. And one other final point, I don't know how much the committee is aware, but there are plenty of footpaths leading into Chewing that people without tickets will do. We know that, we've seen it before. People can come into the village quite easily, and the festival site is adjacent to a footpath. So you could stand on that footpath as it stands, and you could listen to the whole concert for 2 days without buying a ticket. I just make that point.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much. Do we have questions for the residents?
Thank you for all your comments today. Several of the representations from members of the public talked about previous smaller events at Troonbury Farm. I don't know if that was part of one of your representations, but if you've got any experience of those that's come into these representations on the noise issues that you experience, which are mentioned, and also traffic issues, I invite you to please tell us.
All I would say is I've heard no comment so far on the music events. I personally haven't, and because they've not been obtrusive. The concerns of people don't seem to be around noise, if that helps. I know there are some people, but the ones I'm talking to, it's all around the traffic management and the access and the parking and what have you.
I just want to apologise to you. I think we should have asked you first on this, if you've got any questions, according to what I'm reading here.
No apology needed. You can do whatever you like. You're the chair, so and the judge. So you're making judgment. But no, I at the moment I have no question.
Okay, fine. So back to.
The other two got comments on that same question.
Well, I think we have had some issues or concerns with the traffic, the volume of traffic, because as there have been more and more events at Troonbury Farm, then that now instead of going in and out on the B1000, they have a tendency to come up the back road and come out onto a quite dangerous corner of Churchfields. Some of which recently, because of their Festival of Lights, has very large coaches that cannot get out in one go. They have to take 2 or 3 jiggling around to get into the Churchfields to get back to the B1000. So you can come round the corner and suddenly be presented with a coach right across the road. And the traffic has increased significantly in Churchfield Road in recent months or over the last year or so since that's been happening.
They also, of course, have to negotiate the very narrow bridge at the entrance of Churchfields, which is a curve on it, and you can only get one car round at a time. So to contract that takes up the whole bridge. That was one of the so yes. With regard to Northern, worth making a comment, I think, that I, with some people, other people, were at Network 90, which was a very big event at Network Park, and there have been subsequent events, of course, at Network, and we could hear Network 90 too. And I appreciate that probably sound improvements to decibel control are better now than they were 35 years ago. But I still think it's something we should bear in mind. And even then, there are queues on the A1 going all the way into Network entrance. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Caroline, you got any?
No.
I don't. Do you, responsible authority, have any?
None from us.
Licensing? No. Legal? No. Right. Okay. In that case, where are we? Closing statements? Yeah, we've come to closing statements. In this order, I've got the interested parties. If you've got anything more to say as a closing statement.
Such a large number of people. It will cause a lot of traffic problems. It will not only affect the village, but it will also affect Pans Hangover and other areas. And I think the public nuisance is quite high.
Okay, thank you. Responsible authorities, what would you like to sum up with?
I think we've obviously recently given our points across, so we don't propose to go through them again. We've explained our view in terms of it not being appropriate as it currently stands. So we would push for it to be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Dadds.
Yes, I'm going to probably take some time in my closing, but I will do that now, if I may, with you. So thank you very much for taking the time to listened to us. I want to address some of the points that have been raised by the police and responsible authorities and some of the discussions, and just put it all together at the end, which you would expect me to do. I should be able to do that by 3:15. So hopefully,
I mean, we do ask for a brief closing statement. So
Well,
I'll be grateful. I appreciate there's a lot of.
I've got a lot to cover,
Okay.
that, and I actually think for me that is brief. But in any event, I will try to do it as quickly as I can.
Thank you.
Bear in mind what you've just said. So you have had a valid application, which is before you. The statutory consultation period is 28 days with the blue notice, as we know, and then a hearing within 20 days. The police have had 7 weeks. We also can say that we did engage with the local authority before we made the application to say that we would be making one, and not even before that were we told you must go through a SAG first. That wasn't said, and give a date and time if need be. But I checked during lunch. We made the application in accordance with the law, and we have done so, and no criticism should be made of that. If the police needed more time, they could have asked us or even asked you for an adjournment for more time, which they didn't. We've given the police comfort insofar as it's accepting pretty much all their conditions and adding further conditions, but saying that they in effect have the veto on the traffic management plan and the event safety plan, the event plan. And that veto isn't, it was almost, I would say almost felt like it was dismissed by the police as not having any teeth or bite. And it does, because it's an unlimited fine and 6 months in prison if you don't comply with a condition. And I think that the point that I make about amending the application to time limited, it now means that if we in any way do not deliver, I mean, the police talked about trust. I don't know how they can say they have no trust in us, that they don't. We are all professional. We're all operators. And we are have been engaging. We've had discussions with the licensing authority before the application, during the application, with the police during the application, meeting on site, multiple emails. Weren't able to get a meeting in the last couple of weeks because someone was sick, but there's been meetings with the parish council with the traffic management, meeting with residents and the consultation. So to say that we had somehow fully not engaged or immersed, I mean, I don't accept it. And the position is that any representation being made must withstand the scrutiny that it could be had at a hearing, and that's including the police. I've not seen any engineer from the technical engineer at Highways. I've not seen any technical report provided by the police service to counter our proposal and our reports and our application. You haven't seen any. All we've had is in effect a submission. We have had some comments from the licensing officer, but no professional comments that they don't feel that this is a suitable location. I feel is doesn't do it, because the thing is, you've got to make a decision based on evidence. You've had an application, you've had a proposal traffic management plan, you've got a proposal of the event management plan, you have the noise plan, you have a number of documents before you. And we've had the expert here this morning, 2 hours, that's been open 2 questions, which we've answered all of them. And as I say, the backstop position is that we are happy to have a condition that gives a veto. So there will be plenty of time to have further discussion with the police service through the safety advisory group once that process commences. And if the police are not satisfied, or the Highways Authority, we will not do the event. And I think we've given some comfort that it's only now time limited for one event, so that you can, we can be judged on that coming back for next year, because obviously we want to do it on an annual basis. The Daniel Thwaite case makes it quite clear that you have to base your decision on evidence. We've had the expert here, we've had the traffic management report or the proposal We've outlined that, and I've done a substantial speaking note that sets that out and how we're going to do it sustainable. You've also heard about the gradual dispersal. We anticipate that there will be a dispersal through the evening until close, and that there will be the buses running as many as we need them to be, and the right number, making sure that people are being taken to motor transport to be away. And we believe that we can do that safely in the numbers that we have stated. If the police or county council are not with us, then they will have to do a calculation, not negotiation. I'll make that quite clear. It's not negotiation. It's scientific, in the sense it's a formula of the infrastructure, what is capable, what is permissible. And I would have expected, and I would have expected you to have had a report saying, I've looked at this, I've done my calculations, this is what I believe it can hold, therefore that's why we're rejecting the number that they're proposing. It's not just looking at it and saying, well, I reject it. There has to be a methodology and a process gone through by a professional, as we have a professional, but we've not had that report, you've not had that report. The onus is on the police, not on us. There is a presumption to grant to us, and obviously if the evidence doesn't come up to proof, then we should have the licence granted. So the burden is on the police or the Highways Authority to produce that evidence for you. It's not for us to disprove it. So the burden is on them, not on us. And the evidence before you is that it should be granted with the conditions in place and the safeguards. I know that you said, Chair, and obviously there's been comment about the there's a number of conditions and a number of documents, and I know you will take time away to look at them, but I don't think it's actually confusing or complicated anyway, because an application's been made with the proposal, the plan, and with that plan, the officers will then make up the conditions or put the conditions in place that are consistent with the operating schedule. We've, in addition, had the police suggest suitable proposal conditions. They said that was their words, suitable conditions should it be granted. And we agree that they are suitable conditions are granted, and we've added conditions in addition. And as Councillor, your colleague has pointed out, some of the conditions we've not accepted, we've rejected and said, no, we won't be doing that. We won't be selling tickets. We won't be permitting alcohol, etc. So the police proposed conditions. We then tidied those up and sent further conditions. So you have, in effect, that final written set. And then today, through our discussions, there's modification and amendment. And I hope that is fairly clear. And that if there's any conditions that you're unsure about or unclear about, I remain available to answer any of those during your deliberation, and I will give my telephone number to your legal advisor if need be. There is a case of Westminster, I can't remember off the top of my head, that makes it quite clear if there's any issues with conditions, the advocate should be perhaps consulted with if need be, so as to avoid the need for an appeal, if that case. So the application itself is quite substantive, as you can see. We've also put within the application Appendix B, the notes accompanying the application, and we in there give a summary of the event, the public safety provisions, crowd management, capacity, evacuation, orientation, medical, fire safety, structures, lighting, electrics, sanitary, waste, access for accessible customers, internal checks, inspection, health and safety, accidents and reporting. In relation to crime disorder, we've said that we will be consulting with the police service. We will have our own security and stewards. We obviously do make a payment. The payment you're talking about, whether it's 7 days, whatever, it would be a civil debt. But not only is it a civil debt, if it's a condition on the licence, it will be a criminal offence not comply with. But I don't think that need trouble you. In relation to security and stewards, the security plan, there's a plan regarding ejection and searching. In relation to public nuisance, I welcome the comments of the residents that predominantly that music is not really the issue here. The main issue appears to be around traffic management or traffic. The Environmental Health Department have not made any representations. nor has the licensing authority. It's very unusual what's happened today. I know that you will have already put aside the comments made by licensing, but it is also unusual to licensing or a party that's not party to the proceedings to ask questions. But I've answered them in the spirit of goodwill, and I don't raise that as a point, but I'm just saying it now in my summing that I've answered all those questions. If the licensing authority want to raise a representation, they should do it in 28 days and gives us an opportunity, not dealing with it today, but dealing with it in advance. And I hope you won't hold that against us in any way. I'm sure you won't, but I'm just making it quite clear. In relation to the, as I say, the public nuisance, we've provided a full and substantial sound management plan because we actually thought, and this is genuine, we absolutely thought that that might be the main issue. So we did that with great expense in advance and put that in. The traffic management plan wasn't and shouldn't have been controversial. Ordinarily, you put a proposal in, you work it up with the SAG, you work with Highways Authority, and you work with the police. And you don't do that in advance. I know that councillor is against me on this, but you do ordinarily. It might be in this borough, might be in this this district, but the point is people can do it as they choose. Ultimately, we have made the decision that in relation to proposed traffic management, we will deal with that as a substantial through the SAG, but give a condition that says if it doesn't meet their approval. Chair, there will be a number that is safe to go on and off that premises. We think through our expert that we can achieve that with the figures that we've set out today. As you said, as we said, with 50 buses, 80 people, double deckers, and we know that we don't go onto the flat bridge, we turn left and go round. So we know that there's no restriction on height. In relation to the buses, whatever the number is, we'll get the number to make sure people are away and dispersed in an orderly way. We know, I know you don't want us to mention Chancellor, but I'm going to mention it because I'm entitled to mention it if need be. A lived and worked experience of only this year of, in effect, nearly 32,000 people moving off a site, not too dissimilar to here actually, moving off a site was done without any cause of concern, and we believe we can do the same here with these smaller numbers of 14,000 and the 12,000. So we've also done have a plan for young people that will come to the premises. Obviously, we take that view. We'll also consult with the Wellbeing Department of the local authority or county council. We have a structured plan within the agenda of the hierarchy: the safety manager, event manager, security, site manager, medical coordinator, trade manager, transport manager. We have communications through radios, phones, Wi-Fi, PA system control, and there's a site plan and designation and transport plan. Thing is, this is substantial. Anyone listening in outside and not seeing this document would think that somehow we've just put it on the back of a bag paper. It's not. It is substantial, and that some of the questions that you have asked are actually within this document. So I'd ask kindly and politely that you reconsider the documents that are before you to make sure that hopefully it covers all the concerns that you may have. In relation to the traffic, that document was produced because the police asked for some more detail. We've given an outline and we've given details regarding the site layout and what our proposals are. I'm not going to go through that any further than to say that we have considered the police's representation. We agree that there will be a full transport management plan provided before the TTRO are made, and that's 12 weeks before the event, but not before, but obviously before granting the license. That's we say that's standard practice for events in here and elsewhere. We say that there is no evidence that we've had historically, and there's no actual factual evidence before you in a primary statement, i.e. a police witness statement, any actual evidence other than a hearsay or a comment that's made that there's going to be mass illegal parking. We don't believe that that will be the case, and it will be properly managed as we've done elsewhere. We're happy that that we will have proper focus on sustainable rail park and ride. We believe we can do that very well. We will introduce with agreement the waiting restrictions, and also fund the police and the council for the enforcement if the enforcement authority for the highways accepts that. It's normally county, not district. The park and ride details will obviously be worked on, but we believe that that is sufficient. Public safety, pedestrian safety, we've already said we won't be using Hammer Green Lane, and we'll be using the Adele Avenue and New Road with stewarding, lighting, managed crossings as needed. In addition to that, we believe that the disruption or the suggestion of the closures or potential for diversions will be minimised through proper planning, and that passes will be provided and proper diverts and routes clearly displayed. Staggered egress will work. It has worked elsewhere, and we believe that that will be more than sufficient. Post event, we've said that we will pre and post event we will use accredited staff, and we will make sure that that is obviously all through training. I think that covers really the main salient points for the police. So I would ask you to you can grant the license, time limited. The conditions are robust and suitable, as the police say. The licence authority have not objected. If there's any additional conditions that you want to apply, you know, that are proportionate and sensible, we have no objection. The context and the engagement, we say that will go through for the safety advisory group, and there will be a number of discussions between now and the event. And we have a track record of implementing and providing a safe event for and promotion licensing objectives. So in relation to crime disorder, I don't believe you've had any evidence that there's going to be any matters arising of crime disorder. Prevention of public nuisance, the environmental health have not raised that, and I don't think there's anything of particular note before you on that. Public safety is about the transport, but we say we can address that by conditions and by safety management plan, traffic plan, and that would be conditioned and worked on. And only that document or that document being agreed will the event proceed. And then prevention of harm to children, we say that there are no matters arising here. So in effect, it's very focused on public safety, highway. We say with our evidence, you can grant. When we look at the police, they haven't provided any expert evidence, no witness statement, section 9, no primary evidence, no engineer's report. And in any event, even though they haven't done that, we've given the comfort to say, you can veto our plan if you don't agree with us, and we'll have all those orders in place 12 weeks before the event. We are a premises that's known in the area. We want to provide a service in an event. We think we can do it well and safely. We can promote the licensing objectives. And lastly, the guidance has been changed that says that you should be looking at economic growth, prosperity in that sense. This will create income, jobs, entertainment. It will help the local economy, people and businesses for that weekend, and we believe it will be a great event, and I recommend this application to you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you. So thank you. The committee will now retire for deliberations, and we'll return with our decision regarding the application before us.
Thank you, but you're able to come back up.
Members are saying they're going to sit to the crowd.
So should we have that message by to let everybody know what they're not there we go. Yeah. So Chair. If a decision's not reached.
So we're going to come back at 4:45 to let you know where we are. Okay. Obviously we've got this cut-off point at 5, so I think that's the fairest thing to do. Okay. Mr. Dads, we had it in our heads that you were going to write a condition over lunchtime regarding the transport options having a ticket purchase attached. Did you do that? Or are you?
I didn't do that. But I can draft one. It's not problem, and I can always stay here, draft it, or work on it, or I can give the essence of it. It was to, if I recall, I don't have to look at my notes, but it was a condition that says that we encourage people to purchase their ticket and coaching. Well, that was the point.
Right. Okay. Fine. Would you prefer it to be emailed to you?
You can tell me the essence of what you want.
Well, it's what you offered up.
It's what you offered up.
I'll look at my notes.
So if you look at your notes, you offered up a condition. So if you send it, preferably in the next 10 minutes after we've finished, the members can consider it.
Okay, so to say that basically we haven't finished our deliberations. Obviously, time has run out for us, so we will deliberate, and the decision will be sent out in the next 5 working days. I've now come to urgent business. My understanding is there is no urgent business, and so that concludes the agenda. And I declare the meeting closed at 4:58. Thank you.